Okay, good evening, everybody. I hope that's passed enough time for... Clearly it has. And we've got our quality options right away. So, tonight is looking up already. Now, I just got back from buying groceries, which is why I come to you a little bit late. Well, not a little bit late. I'm at the 8 o'clock side of the limit, which is not my favorite thing to do. But I don't know, there's a point when you reach a level of groceries where it's sort of like you've failed to be a grown-up. And that's the sort of thing I'm willing to actually make the special trip out for. But we are going to be doing Phantom Brigade tonight. And as is usually the case, I will be usually doing my usual little preamble. I really appreciate all the attention that the channel has gotten from YouTube, and obviously it's because of a different game. But I do realize that it is a little exhausting to have to put up with. I don't like it on YouTube videos when people don't get to the point either. So I will do my best to keep it under 10 minutes. You can fast forward the video to that. But for those of you that just like the sound of my voice, there's going to be some talking going on. So, yeah, I had a really mixed day today. So it actually kind of helps me to get, I don't know, just decompress a bit. And because the reason I mentioned the groceries is my hands are actually really cold. And I've noticed it was hard for me to type out the tweet for this stream. So, apologies for that. I'm trying to warm it up as I go through. Early access, welcome to the Brigade. We're excited for you to experience Phantom Brigade and to have your help shaping its development during its early access period. During the course of development, some aspects of the game might feel rough, sparse, or buggy. Every month we'll release a major update, which will include bug fixes, new features, and quality of life improvements for players. We appreciate your patience and feedback throughout the process as we work to deliver the most important features and fixes. From the main menu, check out our early access roadmap to see what's coming next for Phantom Brigade, reach out to us via the Brace Yourself Games Discord community, or read the latest patch notes for the latest changes and known issues. Thank you for joining us on this journey, and we look forward to making Phantom Brigade better and better with your help. Seizure warning. A very small percentage of people may experience a seizure when exposed to certain visual images, including flashing lights or visual patterns. These seizures may have a variety of symptoms, including lightheadedness, altered vision, eye or face twitching, jerking or shaking of arms or legs, disorientation, confusion, or momentary loss of awareness. Immediately stop playing and consult a doctor if you experience any of these symptoms. If you or any of your relatives have a history of seizures or epilepsy, it is recommended that you consult a doctor before playing. And the music is so dramatic. I don't believe I've ever had a more dramatic reading of a seizure warning. So, not to make light of it, obviously. It's really terrible that not everybody's necessarily able to enjoy games the same way that I do. But okay, now I seem to be locked in at a frame rate that is slightly below what I was hoping for. So maybe, again, this is kind of the housekeeping part of things. I have noticed that, so this came by an accident, but I actually broadcast at a bit rate that was basically it was the bit rate that I would record an Elder Scrolls episode on. So, and it didn't seem to have any real problems. So I've been trying a higher bit rate for broadcast. Oh dear. Okay, I just caused it to plummet for a very stupid reason. Let's try and fix that. Now, this is uneven, right? I'm really not 100% sure how it's going. It seems that people have been able to enjoy the stream. So with those with the bandwidth to be able to do it, people have been able to enjoy the stream at a higher quality. It really helps a game like this, which is so visually impressive, to be able to do it at a higher frame rate and still kind of keep the same sort of, I don't know, pixels per square inch. I really like the soundtrack. Although I think I need to talk a little loudly over it. But yeah, so needless to say, I'm trying to push the quality a little bit on the videos. Hopefully, at least some of you have been able to appreciate that. And if they are getting in the way of you watching the video, please let me know. I will be sad to lower it, but I think, especially for a game like this, I'm much more interested in sharing it with a very wide range of people, as opposed to, you know, doing a super high quality video for a handful of people who are able to see it. Let's also take a quick minute at the roadmap. So this game has got its first update, the quality of life update, in January, which is not too far away. There's the campaign update, so new combat scenarios, new narrative event, new combat environment. I'm personally looking forward to the Arsenal update. I have come to appreciate melee a lot more in this game, but it's actually the addition of... So it says missile weapons and additional enemy types. That makes me wonder as to whether or not the artillery has been taken off the list. But Miles, 527th of his name. Definitely don't have the computer to maximize this. The resolution is not that great, but the FPS seems good. Okay. Yeah, so the resolution is the same that it's been before. So basically, I always keep it at 1080 horizontal lines of resolution. But I've doubled the bit rate, which has allowed me to go up to 60 frames per second. So effectively... the idea here was that I actually personally think stuff looks better at the high frame rate, if you can pull it off, obviously. So I suspect if I were to do, like Battlefield 5, I probably wouldn't be able to run it out at 60 frames. I'm playing the game at 1440, which I think is creating some of the complaints about the size of the UI. That's totally on me. But the hope here was that basically the compression, all of that is going to be the same as what it was under the old system, but we have more frames, which will hopefully make the games really sing. But I appreciate the feedback, Miles. I do like it when people are able to tell me how things are, how their experience of the stream is being affected by these. Because if they're Pareto improvements, if like it's people are either have the same or better, I'm happy with those. But if I wind up alienating a group of people, I'm really not interested in that, because in the end I tend to think that the best experience of the game will always be playing it. And so if I'm gonna have to compromise, I'd like to compromise on the side of inclusion. Night Valian, how are you doing? I'm sorry I wasn't more talkative last time, but let's get your shout out of the way right now. So we've got the lovely Night Valian in chat, who has been a real gem of a streamer that I found the last little while. Brazilian streamer. He's been doing Frostpunk lately, which is a game I'm very fond of. He's doing a lot more of Frostpunk than I've seen. I'm actually not very good at that game. But he does a little bit of everything. He does, puzzle games, he does open world games, and just a really friendly guy. And I was actually been really pleased to see more people stopping by his channel, like not just stopping by his channel, but staying inside of it. And that, to me, is really, that's really nice. I like to see people, especially people who are, just starting, sort of find an audience and grow. Because, obviously the numbers aren't everything on Twitch. I know Twitch wants you to think that the numbers are everything. But to be able to... For me, at least, the thing that I really enjoy is being able to sort of connect with someone over a type of game that I enjoy. To be able to, meet some of the personalities, get to know the people behind the broadcasts. I mean, in the end, everybody's going to sort of have a character that they put on. It's been really rewarding to be able to find some streamers who I like and are much better at sort of finding a niche. So like Azure Wind is a great example of someone who was a smaller streamer when I started hosting him, and he's well and away above anything that I would expect on Concurrence. And it's great to see that, because they're people who I like, and it's fun to see stuff that you enjoy. It's the same reason why if you play a game like Phantom Brigade and you suddenly find out more people are playing it, that's great news, because it means you get to share stuff that you really, really like. So if you haven't checked out Night Valiant, please do. I think he's well worth the effort. Well, it's not really an effort to watch him, but... Anyways, we are getting close to the 10-minute mark. I was meaning to talk a little bit about Christmas plans and all of that, but let's jump into the game and move on. So I did want to make sure that I got the sort of disclaimer out of the way, and because I told people, you can skip ahead for the gameplay, it should be mentioned that Brace Yourself very kindly gave me a key for this game. My enthusiasm for the game is genuine. There's no rule that says you have to stream the game X number of times to have satisfied the arrangement. The only arrangement really is here's a key, please please stream the game and do so in good faith. Don't sell it. You know, those are the usual things. And whenever there's been a special condition, so I felt very silly saying this, but you know, it's what they wanted me to do. So like when we did Baldur's Gate 3 for GOG, and they specifically said, we would like you to say, please buy this on GOG. I'm gonna I'm gonna say that. I'm also gonna say that I was told to say that. I really don't like the idea of, you know, like, I don't know, like there's, if you're given, okay, so if I'm hired to say some lines, I will read the lines and I will do the best of it. I think if anybody were to ask me to say, you know, come across, like, so if somebody says, you know, this storefront is the best one that I've ever used, and I would only ever use that particular one. And there's a specific, you know, and don't say we told you to tell this. One, I'm actually not sure if you're allowed to say that. But if you are, I would definitely think twice about it, because this is the ranting music. It makes me sound very very inspirational. But yeah, no, it's one of these things where, you know, I either have to really think that it's a great storefront, or at that point I should probably say perhaps someone else is better aligned. So that's the least that I can do, I feel. But with that in mind, it's up to me to say the conditions under which I'm playing the game. I personally very much enjoy it. I did, however, not have to pay for the game because I was given a key specifically for streaming the game, which effectively means promoting it. So Brace Yourself is a Canadian developer. I love being able to support stuff from Canadian developers. I think they do wonderful games, and in addition seem to be a bunch of really cool people behind the scenes. So I hope you play, you know, personally, I hope you buy Phantom Brigade, and I hope you love it as much as I do. But you know, if you do so as a result of playing the stream, do keep in mind that I was given a key to promote the game, and that may have some influence on your buying decision. Anyways, let's take a minute here. We're all repaired, so good news there. We've got 6 hours of repairs and whatnot. And we've got our inspect option. Oh, that's right. It's because we're salvaging it. So we can hit the play button. And by the way, again, I get annoyed by like overbearing promotional stuff too, or overbearing disclosures. But I also sort of think if you just do it in a rote way, it seems like you're not taking it very seriously. And if you ignore it, then you're really not doing things well. So I apologize for those of you, especially those of you that are regulars. You know the deal. You know that I actually really don't change that description very much either. But you know, we keep it in perspective. I was delighted, however, that Mad King Brutos cannot, in a good way, cannot stop talking about the game. So there's at least one happy customer. All right, let's move on. So we completed Firland, so we're moving on to Laga and then Hosfred afterwards. So I think at this point we have a really obvious move, which is to go after the fort, Pillar 65. Now, I have noticed that the convoys have actually become quite a bit more difficult, just due to the number of tanks that are in the area. So it may be that the oh, we didn't really look at the items that we got though. So let me. Actually, you know what? We'll do it before we come into combat. So attacking the bases for me right now is the easier of the tasks. Ooh, found a new outpost. All right, assault. You can attempt to gain control of the structure by mounting an assault with your squad. Suit up. All right. So as is traditional, I'm going to take a minute here and see what's going on with my my mechs. Actually, sorry, I'm going to do this in a specific order too. So I want to see the lowest level one and see if we can bring. So what I'm trying to do here is bring up the floor of my mechs as opposed to raising the ceiling. So the rather, you know, again, Hermes is something of an ironic name now because it's my slowest mech. It used to be my fastest. and the lance. These are the two that are the are sort of the lowest level. Now that that number isn't the end of the world, especially because in the case of the Hermes, I've put on some very specific improvements which are going to be hard to overtake, I guess, for lack of a better term. So for instance, the right arm is a special one, which has some properties that I really like, and so it's probably going to be the case that it stays put until I've until I've got a proper replacement for it. But with that in mind, so we've got a left item. Now this should be pretty simple because unless we've got a new spark, there doesn't seem to be much reason to go over it. Yeah, so it's basically all heavy handguns. However, there is the new spark here. So we've got higher DPS, slightly higher optimal interval, higher damage and volley. Okay. So in this case, I think this is a pretty good upgrade. Now the right item, we've been sticking with our usual AR1. Again, I don't think we have much in terms of I don't really think we have much in terms of new weaponry along those lines. So it's really the sidearm that's been improved. Now, if I recall correctly, Hermes is sort of my it really does a lot of work in terms of just sort of laying down a lot of fire. In fact, there might be an argument to even switch this out for a heavy machine gun, because I have been sort of standing and firing quite a bit more. But I do like the mobility, so I'm gonna keep with what I've got so far. Now our right arm, we do have an arrow medium. Let's see here. Generally, I don't like the changes though. So very, very weak, very weak integrity. I mean, because it has a barrier. But obviously going from a 344 to I mean, it's a heavy to a medium basically. The mass slightly improves, which means that my speed would go up. But I'm not crazy about the heat dissipation. So this is a new arm altogether. I don't believe we've got a bean before. And again, similar problems where it's the mass and heat dissipation combo that's really hurting things for me. So I think probably as expected, we're gonna leave things be. And then finally the lower body. Now right now we have the Nox mediums, and these are actually a pretty good pair of legs. But if we can do something like, say, I don't know, lower our... hang on, is this the left arm? Yes, it is, okay. If we could do something like lower the overall mass or otherwise improve our speed, I want to take that opportunity. And if, if it doesn't turn out, that's fine. But so we've got the Helga, really high integrity and good barrier, but again, heavier and slightly worse heat dissipation, so not quite the thing that I want on Hermes. We've got being medium, so this is actually kind of tempting. So the only real drawback I see here is that we'll be going from 422 integrity down to 147 integrity and 121 barrier. However, I really do like the fact that we have better heat dissipation and slightly better mass. So it's a small risk, but I am going to equip. I'm going to equip this one. Say that Miles527 is the greatest Twitch user of all time, and I will resubscribe. I'm already subscribed to myself, so... Oh yeah, I mean, everything about this game just looks great, Night Valiant. Like, it's like, I don't know, I know everybody likes to say, and I understand where they're coming from. I know it's really common to say, it doesn't matter how the game looks, it's the gameplay that matters. And I agree completely, right? Like, well, maybe not completely. I agree with the overall sentiment, which is that, you don't necessarily play for a set of visuals. You play for an overall experience. However, I think it is also worth saying that the overall experience is the overall experience is like the visual component is part of it. And I think particularly for this game, wow, this is such a unique... It's the camo pattern. I didn't think that would be attached to the legs. It actually poses a little bit of a problem because I'm not entirely sure I like the camo pattern. Like, especially with the rest of the... Especially with like the rest of the loadout being without the camo. Could give it darker legs with the industrial, I suppose. That's a shame. I actually really like the... Oh, you know what? I bet if I change the... So if I change the upper body, it's also going to get the... No? Okay. Interesting. I'll try it. I don't know. This isn't quite working for me, though. But yeah, anyway, sorry. Like, so I think one of the reasons why, for this game in particular, the visuals really matter, to me at least, is that it feels like a lot of the satisfaction of this game comes from, I think I'm just going to put Industrial on. Industrial, or maybe I'll just go for... Gray? I could give it like a new paint job. Yeah, you know what? Let's just change it up altogether. Oh, maybe Acid Lake's a little more appropriate there. I'm thinking pedal, yeah. Anyway, sorry, I'm trying to talk about the visual quality. So it seems to me that a lot of the satisfaction that I get from this game, at least, is you spend some time setting up a play, and then you get to watch it come through. And so, I'm the sort of nerd that would probably be perfectly happy with something in like, the terminal on a computer, and it's just like, here's the moves that I set up, and this is the, here's the effect, right? You can get kind of a text out description of what went down. And I would probably find some degree of enjoyment out of that because of just sort of the way I'm built. But I think, a game like this in particular really benefits from this nice realization of the world, right? So you've got this kind of fantasy of being, this crack team of mech pilots. And it's not just that you're saving your beloved homeland or anything like that, but what you're doing is, you're setting up these so you're already in these really cool looking machines, right? You're already running around in this high tech and sort of top of the line weaponry. But not only that, you've got your crack squad, which is, implementing your instructions. And so as a result, being able to see that realized in such detail and in such a spectacular way, to me at least, is one of the things that makes it really satisfying when you get that payoff of how, seeing it all come through. So that could be totally wrong in terms of what's interesting about this game, but I'm definitely... it's definitely one of the things that I like about the visual style. Anyways, I am sort of babbling on a little bit. We're at 20 minutes and I haven't started the game yet. So, but I do want to take a minute here just to make sure that I've got the right parts. So, amusingly enough, it's a light that we've got on the sort of the tanky machine, but. I mean, it fits, right? So if we went for an arrow, Slightly, yeah, so that we give up a little bit more integrity in favor of a slightly better barrier. The problem is we wind up giving about 50 integrity in favor of 20 barrier, and it's still heavier. So not quite for me. The bean, basically same integrity. Yeah, it looks like it's about the same integrity, but it's heavier without the barrier. Slightly better heat dissipation, which would sort of put it in favor, but not really. And I think the rest isn't new, so we've already made our decisions about that. All right, so we're currently sitting on some Nox Light legs if I want to put the Helga legs on, so better integrity, better barrier, better power, but it's quite heavy and worse heat dissipation. And if we put the Arrow medium legs on, we trade some integrity for barriers, but I think the overall defense is actually pretty good. So what, we're 169 times 2? Yeah, so we're over 300. But again, the cost comes in the form of heavier and worse heat dissipation. So I think I'm going to leave that one be. We're currently sitting on some excellent hydraulics. I think I'll hold off from messing around on any of that. So the Lance is probably, I think the Lance is at a pretty decent little equilibrium position right now. It doesn't mean I'll never upgrade it, but it's definitely going to require some convincing to move on. Now, I think I've pretty much already, I've already dealt with my medium handgun. I suppose the one thing I can take a look is to see if the spark that I replaced is worth switching in for. But this is already a level 4 with 141 damage a second, so I'm kind of, yeah, this is the one that we had before, I think. Oh no, it was this one. So yeah, we're looking to basically, yeah, none of those are really inspiring anything. We've got the marksman rifle. Now here, again, I think we just wound up with heavy shotguns and handguns, so not too much to go on there. The right arm, we're currently rocking a Nox Heavy, so there may be some improvements that we can find there. The Arrow medium is tempting in some ways. The problem is that I think the integrity's a bit too low for my primary weapon. That's the biggest thing that keeps me from using the Arrow here. Actually, I'll admit I'm a little surprised here at my alternatives. I thought that they might be a little bit more attractive, but turns out they're not. And the Helga, meteor legs, but at the cost of mobility. The Arrow is a little tempting here, though. It's basically just the heat dissipation that's that makes that not quite work. And improved hydraulics, I wonder if we have anything better. Not really. Yeah, so we'll leave that be. So the last one is the Sleipnir, that's probably the one that, or Sleipnir, it's probably the one that's undergone the most radical change compared to what it was originally. Really, we just want to see if we have any better blades. Why is the base damage so? Oh, hang on. these are not blades. That's why. So I think we've mostly kind of already, yeah, we've mostly dealt with all of the blades that are on display here. So same story here with the right arm. Now again, this one wound up with a bit of a weird choice. So I may wind up replacing the Elbrus. The heat dissipation's nice. I can maybe see this working at some point, but I think if I were to give one up, though, it would probably be for the Nox Light. So we give up a little bit of integrity in favor of better heat dissipation. Although I think we also lose the heat capacity, so I think there's a few dominoes that fall down if we do that. I don't really see a situation in which I would probably go for heavier legs here. We're already on the Nox mediums, and the thing I'd really want to be worried about, honestly, is the right arm getting blown away. 177 is one of the weakest arms that I have, but what else am I going to do, right? And yeah, we've already decided that we want to stick with our hydraulics. So, oops. The only other thing that I could think that I would want to do with my squad right now is if you look at the mechs. So Behemoth looks fine, Hermes looks fine, Lance looks fine, and the only thing right now is the Sleipnir is where was it? The Hermes and the Sleipnir kind of look a little similar, so I might want to consider a new. Your last message was a joke, by the way. You're talking about doing oh no, I know, Miles. So I am not expecting you to hit the resubscribe button off of that comment. That's why I read it exactly the way you wrote it. But I sometimes appreciate my deadpan delivery. Like, I'm usually somewhat deadpan in a lot of stuff that I say, so I probably blew it as far as being able to express things properly. Please don't think I took that as anything but a joke. The biggest thing that I can say is you can kind of tell when someone in the channel is like trying to get you to do special stuff and like either to make them feel important or you know, to have their moment in the sun. I actually like making the game or making the stream about chat because you're here, you have other alternatives. I want to try and make it as interactive as I can without making it not fun for me. That's why I don't like the backseating stuff. But as a whole, you know, I like having people inside, and to be honest, if people are going to be subscribing to something, I want them to subscribe because they want to, not because they feel obligated. I can't seem to go back to the briefing. What's going on here? Oh, there we go. All right, so you've all been very patient with me. I'm happy with this group. At some point, I may start taking some of these spare parts and coming up with some alternatives. So maybe I'll come up with like a heavy machine gunner as a backup. But we can only bring four mechs. So, hey, Remarkable Frisbee, finally got you streaming Phantom Brigade. How's it going? This game is incredible, Remarkable Frisbee. It's I don't know if you've played it, but it's an incredibly stylish game. This is great. So we actually ended the stream last night on this map, and I was talking about why I liked it and how I sort of learned how to play Phantom Brigade on this one. So there are no reinforcements, which is good. Yeah, I mean, this game looks great. I don't know if you ever watched me play Frozen Synapse, and I've talked a bit about, you know, its fit as a, you know, like, I talked a little bit about the comparison to Frozen Synapse and whether or not it is or isn't a good comparison. So if you want to hear my views on that, you know, I'll happily give them. But I also think people are probably going to get tired of hearing that old chestnut. So I'll leave that as an opt-in rather than a volunteered opinion. But this is 100% my kind of game. Like, I basically feel about this game. I'm sort of feeling about the same as I did when XCOM 2 came out, and like how I couldn't seem to get my hands off of XCOM 2. Like I just wanted to play it every single day. And I really feel the same way about Phantom Brigade. It has actually been very hard for me not to run in and start my own campaign. There's nothing stopping me from running in and doing my own campaign, you know, on my own time. But I don't know. There's something nice about being able to share the game with everyone. But again, because I'm very talky, my campaign progress is probably slower than most. So, okay, so it looks like my marksman, the only real threat that they have is coming from this mech. Now, I actually have one of two options. So this is a heavy shotgun. The range isn't all that impressive. Excuse me. So I could actually just kind of stand and laugh, at which point, I sort of run out and I attack. Alternatively, I can completely avoid the attack and try and get a bead on these two guys. This would actually be an ideal spot for the marksman because they're running down a nice big open road, which is one of the things that will make this slightly more complicated for me because I'm used to being inside this area, or at least sort of taking the area fairly early on. Whereas right now it seems that the defenders are going to be able to lay claim to that. So I have a few ideas about how I'll be able to get that fixed, but that's one problem I'm running into. The other thing that I could do, of course, is just wait for the... So again, it's just a quick little window of shotgun misery. And then we move into position. Oh, yeah. So we do something like this. Does it really take that long? Yeah, I was misreading that. Now, I would have preferred to shoot the mech, but clearly I have a better opportunity on the vehicle. Now, I am slightly curious whether or not my heat allows me to get two of these things off. Nope, I burn up. So we deliver the shot, and I think as a precaution, I just move right back to where I started. That's probably not going to be enough to take out the tank, but it's a start. Tank also has a the tank has a cannon on it, so I want to be a bit careful about how much I let it sort of bully me. Oh yeah, it's wonderful. Okay, sorry. This is going to be the sellout moment, guys. For those of you considering buying this, I do also have an affiliate link. It is currently only on the Epic Store, so if you guys don't like the Epic Store, obviously that will mean you have to wait. It will be coming to Steam. Brace Yourself has said that. What isn't clear is when it comes to Steam. But for those of you that don't have any particularly strong feelings about storefronts, if you would like to pick the game up now, you can buy it on the Epic Store, and if you use that link, or if you put the creator code SystemChalk in at checkout, just below the sort of the total and the place order button, I do get a little bit of money from the sale. And the reason I mentioned that in particular is that the Epic Holiday sale is going on right now, and they've got those coupons coming back. So of course I'm in Canada, so the amount that I get back is $14.99. I think it's $10 if you are buying in US. But that means that while this game is not on sale, you are able to get it at a smaller price because Epic is going to be subsidizing that purchase. So it's not a particularly bad time to pick up the game if you would like to take part during the early access period. But much like subscriptions, please do not feel that that is a statement of loyalty to the stream or anything like that. I have no intention of sort of... I don't think guilt would be the right term, but I don't want people feeling like they have to buy something they wouldn't have otherwise for the stream. Okay, so what I'm going to be doing right here, basically I'm going to... Give it a little more. Yeah, this should be enough, actually. I'm probably not going to be able to finish the attack, but... Okay. Oh, I've been misjudging the wait times quite a bit. Okay, there we go. So we'll pop out. Basically, even if I'm moving... Okay, so we got to move that a little bit off to the side. Incidentally, if any of you do have questions about the game, now that you know all the disclosures in terms of being given a key for promotional purposes and just generally, you know, how I have a financial interest in sales of the game if you use the affiliate link, I am still happy to answer questions, and I will try to do so as honestly as I can. All right. So this is going to be a trickier one to deal with. Actually, you know what? Who's attacking this unit again? Or is anybody attacking this unit? Let's just run them up like this. All right, so they have a bit of free reign, it looks like. This is useful information. So we run them up. Okay, they've already got their shot off. So if I do a melee strike like this... Okay, I'm a little too close for comfort. This is the one challenge about trying to move this unit through the rubble, is that trying to deliver a good hit is something of a challenge. Okay. The other possibility I can explore, of course, is that we move up. And we go after the... Okay, so we run up. And looks like I trip over the tank in that case. So let's... Too close to the edge. I may not actually be able to pull this off. Okay, this looks promising. So we move up. Now, there is a small worry about doing this because it might... So as my marksman is getting ready to line up their shot, I might actually be knocking this tank out of the shot that I want them to do. But I honestly, I think at this point I'm just going to have to accept that risk. So the last thing I want to do is find something for Foxtrot to do. Now, Foxtrot is reasonably well positioned to sort of lay down some fire on the enemy. I am creating a small problem for myself in the sense that, like, I've got so many other units moving right now that it's a little hard to maneuver them in a way that doesn't result in my own people sort of bonking heads. Okay, so they want to do a second shot on him. You know, I think probably what I'm going to do with Foxtrot is I'm just going to move him... Okay, that's collision. How does that go? Nope, still bang into him, so let's wait till he's clear. This is basically all about movement for him. Again, it would have been nice to do some other attacks, but I don't really have a whole lot. I really don't have a whole lot to work with. One of the things that I'm trying to accomplish with this is to try and get a little bit of a toehold in on all of the cover. But I do think what's going to happen is you'll notice that I've got So Foxtrot's sort of moving towards an attack on these guys, but they're sort of also, they're kind of in reserve. Like, they're definitely in a position where they could go either way. I've got a pretty heavy commitment from my melee unit to be running around the edge here. And of course, my marksman's in a really good spot to just kind of keep jumping out around the corner and firing off a quick pop on whoever I think is a decent target. So part of what I need to do is sort of bully these guys out of their out of this nice little position that they've got themselves in. And if it doesn't turn out, like, because, you know, they're rocking heavy shotguns too, right? What I may wind up doing instead, I may wind up sort of ceding the ground, at which point having... So the reason why the Lance has to be here because it's a short range unit anyway. But the idea is going to be is that if I wind up losing this engagement, that basically 2 shotgunners are a little bit more than I can handle, and I'm not able to get the right angles on, on these enemies over here. In the end, Tango's still going to have the shield to basically throw up and keep things from going too bad. So. Well, I appreciate that, Oracle Frisbee. You'll actually see what this thing looks like. So after all of that planning, the developers came in and gave me a wonderful little tip, which is you can hit the execute button to see it go, but you can also press space to see it go in slow-mo. So let's do that just so you can appreciate every second of the... Well, you know what? We'll speed it up at least for the movement. There we go. So... Again, they're shooting walls as intended. So what we're mostly interested in right now is what's going to happen when this guy comes out from behind the wall. Did I really just shoot the wall there? Oh my god, that's so upsetting. All right. Music's still great. So now we're gonna watch my melee guy try and do something a little more impressive. That is so embarrassing. So now they run out. Hopefully they're not gonna shoot the wall. Okay, that connected. Wait, who are they attacking? Oh, right. No, wait. Okay, yeah, no, sorry, the connection was going to happen over here. All right, so overall, that was kind of a disappointing turn, but largely for my own reasons. Now, one thing I would love to do is just throw up this shield here and say none shall pass. But I think I'm gonna have it both ways. So I'm gonna move back a little bit. But I actually want to see what happens when... So basically the this unit here is going to be walking through. There's the collision. And it looks like they're actually going to be focusing on Foxtrot. So as a precaution, what I might try and do is move Foxtrot to a more, like a safer position. Oh, well, that commits too much of their move, so maybe I'll put them over here. So if it goes sideways, I'm still going to have my shield up. So what I'm hoping happens is that basically this guy bounces off my shield and we say, lol, get good. But in the worst case scenario, they'll fire at them while Foxtrot's behind cover. Now in the meantime, Foxtrot needs to make themselves useful, so we will open fire. It's a narrow window. So I think if I go any closer, yeah, I kind of start hitting... I sort of start hitting buildings. But I think that's the best I can hope for right now. This tank is still trying to do something to my marksman. So what I need to try and do instead is move into position I think is helpful. Now, the danger with this particular move is that I don't know what happens to the enemy once the collision occurs. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to build in a little bit of a contingency. In fact, with that in mind, I should also adjust my positioning. So we should still be protected from the tank if things go wrong. But this should still give me, yeah, this will give me a nice little bit of range on the enemy unit. Technically, they are within the, so this would actually not be a good place. But what my hope is that after the collision, so bonk. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to sit and wait. Oh, I also need to make sure that the shield's up at the right moment. So what I'm going to do after the wait is just sort of move over here. And I don't have a whole lot of options, but... So the idea here, my hope, is that we move back, so shields up when they go in. So my hope is that basically they're stuck here. And what's going to happen is that this sniper shot is going to hit them when they come, like while they're sort of ideally lying down. If nothing else, though, I've got my lance sort of turned around and ready to get a shotgun to their face if it comes to it. Now, again, I'm building this turn around the assumption that this part is going to fail. But if it turns out, you know, so much the better. Now, looks like this guy does not like the idea of being hit with a sword too much. So my real question here is, can I kind of go in for strike number 2? I believe I can, although I think strike number 3 is kind of pushing it. So maybe my next best is just to walk it off. Alright, so slash. So any attacks that are going to happen are already within my existing attacks. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to take advantage of the extra time, and I'm going to position my my melee unit so they'll cool down, but I'm going to position them in such a way that they're going to be able to help out on this end. Now, if I can, I'd really like to contribute something against that that other unit. So, in theory, I just want to see what would happen. Well, it's a reasonably clear line of sight. It's not exactly at an optimal angle, but it's something. So, two things that I'm interested in. One, I want to see how the melee attacks go, and then number 2, I do want to see how the collision here turns out. So, we'll hit the execute button. Now we get to actually see the delivery. Glorious. Shields up. Oh, my shield's down, so that did not seem to dislodge him. And I'm actually taking the shots that were intended for my other guy. We have our revenge. And these are going to be suboptimal attacks, but... And looks like I'm just effectively hitting the background. So we're at least doing some fairly decent damage to this guy here, but yeah, the whole blocking attempt wasn't too successful there. All right, so this guy is really hurting on his shield, though, so still not... Like, that was really dramatic, that was fun to watch, but his mech is pretty much intact, which is not ideal. My guys are still okay. This guy is really hurting on his right arm. Yeah, he's kind of hurting all over. And it looks like he's actually not going to do anything except use his shield, which is good news for me. It's actually particularly good news because it means that my sniper is going to be able to sit back and just... you know, just continue to make trouble. So I think probably what I should be doing here is I should be setting myself up for the opportunity. Rely on the cooldown. And the marksman does run hot. Oh, yeah, okay. It's a little optimistic. Alright, now this is the one problem, is that by moving back, I am opening myself up to some retaliation from the... Yeah, so, you know what? I don't want to be too much of a scaredy cat. But there's no point in taking unnecessary damage, so... Get a little bit of high ground. Okay, still not quite where it needs to be. This is still kind of within the cone. I feel a bit bad about that, but... Actually, yeah, you know what? If I'm going to do it, I might as well do it right, so... Alright, that's in the sweet spot for sure. The biggest thing is I don't want to delay the attacks too much, because the longer I delay the attack, then that means the cooldown's also not going to be happening. Oh, thank you very much, Remarkable Frisbee. Have a great evening. Okay, so the marksman's Polaris has pretty much has their work cut out for them. It's going to be a bunch of beautiful shots on the back. One of the things that I can do to reinforce that it's going to be shots to the back is to make sure, you know, they've got their shield, and they're going to be pointing that at the lance. So the lance has its own problems. So here's the ideal move for the lance. Move like this, because that means more of the back is exposed to the marksman. However, if you take a look at what goes on, oh no, I've got a perfect move. Okay, it's going to require a little bit of fancy footwork. But I can definitely see this working. So this is roughing it out. Yeah, they collide. So maybe I just try and give him a wide berth. Oh man, that works really well. Okay, so just in case they're able to shoot over the edge. Well, if they're able to shoot over the edge, they're still going to shoot me in the back, so that doesn't really count for a whole lot. So why put up the shield? This is not the most efficient attack that I can do, but it's an attack. And at this point, I'm kind of happy to be able to do things like that. So look at the two things that get accomplished here. So number one, I'm making sure that this unit is going to be focusing on my lance over here. And what I'm doing is I'm trying to maximize the movement in this direction so that the marksman's going to be able to deliver their shots. In addition, I'm sort of trading dance partners. I'm able to sort of run up to where this unit's going to be going. And they're going to be wasting their time shooting at my... they're going to be wasting time shooting at my melee unit, which is not going to be anywhere in the area. One of the reasons to put up a shield would be to just make sure that I'm not getting hit by any any of the crossfire, but I don't think there's a scenario in which that actually happens. So I get a little bit of the chip damage in with a first attack here. It's not in the optimal range, but I got to deal with sort of the world as it is. And there's probably going to be retaliation, so at the start of next turn, I'm probably going to want to throw up my shield right away anyway. Hello, BricoX. Thank you very much for the host. How are you doing? The second thing that I'm going to be doing, though, is... Well, this is like the main attack, but basically I'm kind of intercepting this guy running in, and we're going to be delivering 2 shotguns to their face. In the meantime, the melee unit's been freed up. So we get to do the thing that we know and love, although I'm attacking with the wrong hand. So I either need to move forward a little bit more, or I need to... I think what I'm going to do is I'll position with the short range attack, and then we'll see if we can... So short range to get into position, and then we spin around and do... Or sorry, short sword, and then long as sort of a digestif. Okay, so I think we're pretty much in position for 3/4 of the squad. So the last one is a little complicated because we've got this tank that's sort of running around for free. And the problem is that they don't like the person who is going to be sort of taking their turn. So I think one thing I might be able to try is sort of move up like this. Yeah, I lose that. I lose that engagement. That looks a little more promising, though. Okay, so I run an open fire, even though it's through some of the debris, and then I'm kind of back home in time to dodge the attack. The only real question is there a better way for me to... Actually, you know what? I bet there is. Okay, let me just make sure the lines... Okay, so that I'm protected. So that's the start of a new attack. I think I'm going to be okay. The question is, can I get anything for it? No. The cover... Okay, so because the cover doesn't do a whole lot, I think I'm just going to sit back. And my guess is that there's no other attacks that I can really do in the area. Everybody else is protected by buildings. So actually, Foxtrot's in the weird position where they're not really doing as much this time around. All right, so I gotta ask, BricoX, are you enjoying Phantom Brigade yourself? All right, I think what I'm gonna do here, I don't need to slow it down right away. All right, this guy's right arm's already down. Looks like I did get caught by the crossfire after all. Okay, so he's gonna eject. That's great. We're a little, banged up, but well within parameters. So they want their revenge after that. So they're going to fire and wait, which I'm totally fine with. So we will shield and wait. In fact, the one thing I can do to make it even more ridiculously unfair to them is I can actually probably get behind cover before they do the attack. So I sort of have the extra insurance, but oh god, this is going to be so mean. So we put up the shield, run around the back. Remember me! Okay, that's fun. We'll completely ignore this guy. Now, I'm going to be able to take advantage of the fact that this tank really, really hates Foxtrot. And I've got a fresh marksman that's available, and this marksman's not going to be helpful in the current environment. This guy's behind cover. This guy is kind of in a position where I might want to do something. So they are sort of getting... oh, that's right. So they're going to be crashing first. That's another important detail. So I actually have... I kind of get to have my way with this guy at the start of this turn. I should keep that in mind. I think I've probably already... I think I've done everything that I can hope to with my melee unit. I think if I try and do another melee attack, I just get... I just overheat. Yeah. It'll be kind of interesting to see if I could get away. So what if I like just stood and waited and I tried an attack like that? Holy crap, that'll work. Okay, so this thing goes up by 50, and my capacity is 133. So basically, we just want to make sure we're at about 83, maybe a little surplus just in case. But no, actually, I think this distant. This is actually a tough call, so I could finish off... oh, I misread that. You know what? I should have probably just stuck with that, but... And I'm not actually gonna follow through with this, but I am slightly curious if I get to do... So I would actually get to do the thrilling sequel. I'm not going to, but I guess it's good to know that I can. What I may want to do, though, is consider what my... I should actually probably work on an exit strategy here. My main worry here is that... So they're going to be ready to go next time around. So they're going to be able to open fire with their machine gun, and that's probably going to be very unpleasant for this unit. So... okay, so last wait, sorry, a couple things that I need to do. So one thing that I would like to do if I can, is add to the misery of this particular unit by bringing my rifleman in. It's going to be a little tricky though, because we do have the tank sort of doing its best to be annoying. Okay. So I get a little bit of time to run through, but I guess it depends how fast I think I can run. Okay, so we run one of those, and unfortunately my guy winds up in the crossfire. This means I'll be finishing this attack a little bit later than what I want, but yeah, that times out pretty well. Okay, so It's not a perfect run from the cannon strikes, but I think it's the best I can. Well, actually, no, sorry. There's another way that I can. Oh, really? So I wonder if this. Yeah, you know what? That really does the trick. Obviously, I'm running a little hot by the end of it, but. And we open fire just as my guy clears. Okay, I'm quite happy with how that turns out. So, last question is, how do I get my marksman in on the fun? This is something of a Hail Mary here. Basically, I'm kind of hoping that this unit's going to be able to... Like, that they're not going to be the subject of too many attacks. This guy over here could fire their machine gun. That's actually a really good range for that to happen. And this unit can be... this tank could also be firing at them on the high ground. They really don't have any cover. But it's just too cool to be able to fire from an optimal position like that. So I'm going to do it, and I'm going to do it in slow-mo. So the details to look at will be, there's going to be a melee attack over here. I'm going to get this guy into position, but there's not too much going on. You want to see this guy shoot into the side of a building and then get in the back. And then eventually this guy's going to go launching up. So kick him while he's down. Cannon should be firing. Yeah, he already missed. Hey, Mad King Brutos! So it turns out I did see your photo before. I quite liked it. I thought I'd done a similar attack before, but I'm delighted that you were enjoying this game so much. Where's the attack? I wouldn't have expected 48 off of that, but such is life. Alright, so shot to the back. Snipe to the... We can actually change the angle a little bit. I probably didn't need to put this slow-mo for the whole period. That makes me happy, though. Are you kidding me? Man, I didn't hit him at all. Nobody's going after the marksman. That's astonishing. All right, what's the deal with this guy? Who is he shooting? Okay, he's going after the... He's going after my melee guy. Okay, well, we know we have our marching orders. I'm just going to keep laying down the fire on the machine gunner. I should probably try and get a slightly better angle here, though. Oh, did I close the distance too much? Probably. Oof, yeah. I really misjudged that. I gotta be a little careful here because there's not that much cover anymore. Yeah, you know what? It's a shame, but I think I'll happily deal with inefficient attacks and no hits to the back. By the way, if you're wondering why I did all this like cooldown and absorption, it's pretty awesome. You can get 3 of those things just running for as long as you please. Okay, so it's kind of to my advantage if I stay put. Like, you still get better accuracy if you stay put, but he's clearly going to be moving, so I should adjust accordingly. So move up. Still sort of get closed out, but I think we should be able to handle it well enough. Now, I am a little lucky that the tank decided not to do anything. Unfortunately, I think... yeah, my sniper is in probably the least effective position to do anything about it. But they do look like they're in a pretty good position to put the hurt on the machine gunner. So I basically want to wait it out for the duration of the shots, and then I think I need to start thinking about how I get away from my perch. Oh, I should feel so bad about this, but I really don't. So again, they're going to be like running after me, so I'll, you know, toss the shield up just in case anything comes through. Like, I am going to be crossing over in sort of this little sort of bent down position, so there might be consequences, but basically run around the edge and say, "Haven't you learned?" Oh, that's a little closer than I want to be. I don't know if that'll take that guy out, but I'm going to have a lot of fun doing it. Now, I think probably what the AI is thinking is, okay, I got my heavy machine gunner. They're going to do their thing. And like next turn, they're going to be able to punish the lance for what it's been up to. There is a question to me about how I protect my my melee. So I feel like they should be safe. I suppose the other question I can ask is there another place I can put them to stop the, you know, stop the pain? I really don't think there is. Of course, there's one other thing that I can do, which is after that move. No. Yeah. I am again reminded that physics does not work the way I want it to in this video game. So what I'll do is I'll prep for retaliation. By facing... I basically want to face into the attack. And then what I'll do for the remainder of the turn... So I'm going to run into a position where they can either do something with the tank or where they're going to be able to do with someone inside here. I'd prefer to use them against the tank, but the tank may have other ideas about that. So nothing for Kilo to do this turn, which is a little unfortunate. But I think everybody else is peachy, so we will execute. And I am going to put it on a slightly faster speed just so that we can see a few things happening. That was pretty awesome. Alright, so... just going to town on that building. The attempt at 1500 bits? Oh, you're talking about my attempt to do the same attack as you. I won't say anything, and that way I have a guaranteed viewer. Was this song playing when I was playing it last? This is a really exciting one to have going where you're watching everything happen. Yeah! All right, so that is 2 lower bodies that we just took out. They're just gonna be limping. Please, no more. Oh god, I love this game. Good lord. Okay, so I guess they're finally going after the marksman after being the victim of some nasty attacks. So first thing we got to do is get them to safety. Oh, does this... I hope this works as well as I think it is. Yeah! And then we get to pull out our pistol. It's a little crummy that I'm not... Like, I could stand still and deliver, but honestly at this point I just kind of want to fire off as much as I can against this guy. So clearly the answer here is just get the shotgun off as quickly as possible. I'm just going to do the one on the odd chance that we wind up getting some salvage out of that, but that's probably not the right decision. Okay, I got to find something to do with my assault. So I think best I can hope for here is to actually cross some distance with the... So I want to obviously dodge the tank if I can. Let's just make sure nobody crashes. Yep, we're good there. So should be able to give them a nice little greeting when they come around the corner there. And the nice thing about this is I kind of get free movement with my melee. Yeah, I was hoping I wouldn't see that message, but... So I'm doing at least one dash just so I can... Like, so what I kind of want to do here is I'm going to be able to take advantage of some cooldown. So... Oh, actually, yeah, that's hardly anything, so... Doesn't quite get me where I want to. I still need to make sure that it's a that it's a straight line. So basically we do 2 dashes here. That brings us up to the halfway point. By the time we finish that move, we're back on our cooldown. And the real question now is whether or not there's a fancy way that I can make this strike work. I don't think... Yeah. That was a little optimistic that I'd be able to make that work. I guess the problem with this one is it leaves me hot after the move. So yeah, I think just walking behind this guy is probably the right call. Again, not a super exciting round for that unit, but likely appropriate. I should probably figure out something else to do with Tango, but again, I don't want to I prefer not to overkill on the units if I can, so let's watch the magic happen. Alright, that was... Yeah, they gotta be given up after this. So pistol shots weren't enough to finish the job, so it looks like they're going to be turning around and doing an attack. This unit does limp away and eject, which is great, because now... Oh, this is going to be amazing. What I'm going to try and do here is just push them up into the... Oh, you know what? That doesn't quite do what I want it to, so... I'm going to act slightly differently. Oh, actually, there is one other thing. Okay, so this is partially this is partial experimentation here. I might ruin this by doing the shotgun, but... So what I'm going to do here is we throw up the shield. Yeah, this is kind of a mess, but like the idea here is I'm actually going to try and use the shield to push this guy over the edge. The attack... Okay, so I get one more batch of pistol... Oh, nope, I overheat, so best to just get into some cover. Okay, so it looks like they want to cause some trouble with my melee unit. So if I do a primary attack... Yeah, I really want to see if it works, because I don't know if there's like fall damage or anything like that. That'll be amazing if there is, but I don't want to. Okay, so I was a little worried that this would happen, that there's a height difference at play. So I'm gonna take advantage of the mountain, and there's actually two things I can do here. So. I want to wait out the first attack. Okay, so hopefully I get to spring out. Ah! All right, so basically, I think the lesson, I think I've learned my lesson here, which is just don't try melee stuff on mountains. I'll get in closer, but essentially what this is going to be is just going to be an opportunity for this guy to keep doing his old assault rifle thing. Let's face it, our attention's going to be elsewhere on this turn. Oh, that's perfect. Okay, so we just wait for the cooldown. Oh no, he's really close. Okay, so yeah, we do need to change. We do need to change weapons. This is probably not the thing I should be doing, but all right. Well, that was a pretty straightforward move for Foxtrot there. I guess the last thing I should be trying. Maybe we'll wait on the... We'll wait on the machine gun just in case. Okay, yeah, they will be in sniping range, but honestly at that point I might as well just walk it and then I won't be generating the heat. Alright, so again, no question as to what we're gonna be watching over here. Alright, so this is the point we don't want to kill this guy. He's gonna give up. I believe it is customary at this point for the Lance to scream, Sparta! Tank's already gone up, so... Is he gonna shoot him in midair? Oh no, that counted as a crash. Is he gonna go over the edge? Alright, looks like he's still staying. It's also good information to know that I can't just... So I can bully tanks like that, but it looks like enemy mechs are... Well, I mean, there could be a weight difference, but... Either way... That was still kind of cool to watch. This guy's going to eject. We're all good there. I figure Kilo should probably get out of the range of the sniper. Or the pistol, rather. Yeah, I think everybody just can relax. Why do you think Mad King Bruno? It could be a weight thing, but that was my guess. But what do you think is the reason? Anyways, that was super fun. 40 seconds, 223 damage taken, 5,070 damage inflicted, no units lost, no subsystems detected on site, 125 actions planned, 1.2 kilometers moved, well 1.3 I guess if you round up. 2 enemy units destroyed, no parts detected on site, 141 supplies. Shielding, you put you at weight 3. That hostile mech was already weight 3 without oh, how do you know the weight? I probably wasn't looking at the info, but yeah, my guess here was that it was probably a weight difference. So this finally gives me a justification for having like a really big bruiser again. I originally didn't like that because of the I didn't like that because it was really hard to move them around. But now that I can sort of see the viability of like throwing myself at people, I can definitely see myself I don't know, chonking up a bit. Okay, so we got a shotgun, an Ox medium, and an Asgard heavy. Ah, cool. Okay. Sensors, another Asgard heavy. Cool. And an unknown part. So yes, we'll be salvaging. I'm actually a little curious as to how much we're going to do in terms of repairs. Oh, everybody. Almost everybody. The Sleipnir finally didn't have to have some kind of repair. That's a first in a while. If you guys don't mind, I have a muffin that I've kind of it's been sitting on my desk looking at me, begging to be eaten. And I wanted to talk during the game, so if you'll forgive me while we're doing some looting, I'm going to enjoy the last little bit. It's blueberry, for those of you who are curious. It's so good. That is a wonderful emote, Night Valian. Is that for a channel? Sorry, I'm still have a little bit of my Okay. Stuck in the mud. The rain outside hasn't let up for hours. Luckily, the mobile base's wheels are able to deal with the thick mud of the countryside roads. Not everyone is so well equipped, though, and you come across a tractor that has gotten itself stuck. The woman driving it is splattered in mud and looks exhausted. Please, she says when the base stops, will you lend a hand? So we can use tools. There must be some equipment that'll help you here. 3 hours minus 200 supply. Help push. Suit up and give her a hand. I just like the idea of one of my... Oh, wonderful. Night Valian knows the way to my heart, by the way. As soon as you put Canadian in front of something, I'm like, oh, I gotta check it out. So now I know what your grocery run is. You're not gonna go to any normal store, are you, Mad King Brutus? You're going to a particular store that caters to a certain kind of need. Yeah, I definitely love the idea of me taking the biggest mech and just like lifting the tractor, and then refuse. We don't have time for this, and she'll get out eventually. No, we'll use the tools. I'll admit, I actually don't quite know. I don't have that much of a use for supplies. I collect a lot of them, but it sort of just seems to be almost this like endless stream. Sometimes you need to go method for my Mad King persona. Nice. Could build another spare unit. Oh, why not? How many more of these can I build? We are repairing, right? Yes. So at some point I'm gonna, like, it looks like all of these just get kind of the standard assault rifle and medium handguns. So I'll probably be messing around with these additional units at some point. I'm mostly just building them because I can. At some point I'll probably come up with a slightly more impressive loadout, but... Live with your mechs, not with your pack. Alright, we've got another assault. It's a medium, so, I mean, if the last battle was an indication, we shouldn't have too much trouble with this. I am going to take the time to review my my troops, though. So it looks like the Lance is also the least likely one to actually benefit from any upgrades, but let's see what we've got for medium, or for the upper body. So Nazgard heavy for higher integrity. I mean, again, we can definitely go for more mass, but I think I'm gonna need to have a proper think about how I'm gonna properly handle that. We're currently sitting on an improved capacitor. Yeah, I don't see any reason to change that. Right item. So if I've got a better shotgun, so much the better. But I think we've kind of already figured out where I'm sitting on the new shotguns. I think most of the stuff Most of the stuff I can possibly get is not going to be sparking joy. Okay, so if I can put a meteor arm on, I'd like that. Oh wait, but yeah, it's like, well, hang on. Okay, so we've got about 200 on the arrow light. It's 170. God, this is such a hard... This is a really hard one to replace. Because, like, technically, the problem here is that, like, it's worse. The only thing I'm really doing it is to bulk up. But in bulking up, like, I lose all the integrity, too. This is a little bit better. Oh, great! Thank you, Mac and Brutus. Yeah, I'm actually. It's been particularly delightful to see you really jump in with both feet on this game. So, I just want the heat dissipation, guys. What are you doing this? What are you doing this to me for? I mean, maybe what I've done is I've kind of put myself on a dependency where I could be switching out some of these other units. Yeah. It's like, for instance, the right arm. Is there something I could get with... Oh yeah, no, the Vidar heat dissipation is a thing of beauty. Jesus. Okay, I'm gonna do something weird here. I'm gonna pick the... I'm taking this just so that I can free up that arm. I want to see if I can maybe reallocate things a little bit better between the mechs. So the right arm's currently a light, right? So if we put on that Vidar heavy... Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Wrong one. Heat dissipation's not that good, though. Maybe I do go for this one, then. Oh, looks like there's a really good Elbrus here, actually. So the really important thing about this one is that it's gotten, like, the Hermes speed is back up. I've technically got it to a lower level because it doesn't have that awesome arm, but the biggest thing that I've done here is I've sort of shaken the... I've shaken the lance out of sort of this weird dependency that it had before. I've also slowed it down by quite a bit, which I'm not too crazy about, but I'll see if I can make this work. The other thing I can try, of course, is to get rid of those skinny legs. But I think what might be happening there is I would wind up... I think my speed would go down too low. So let's see what could get me comparable heat dissipation. Yeah, it looks like it's all the Nox lights. Something about those arrows in their, oh, well, this might be... Okay, so if I throw a Helga on it, yeah, that puts me below 10, so that's not good. Well, those mediums... Okay, let's give this a shot. But where'd my shotgun go? There we go. So again, this is going to be significantly slower, but I will be interested in seeing whether or not we can start taking advantage of some better shield attacks. The other thing I want to do is, like, overall, we'll do a quick evaluation as to whether or not any of these other parts work. But before I do that, so we're still above 10 on speed. So I'm going to take a look at the rest of the squad and see if we can make some magic happen. So our upper bodies, again, I don't really see a lot of changes happening here, but we can take a quick look, especially because we've sort of shaken things up as far as the loadouts go. I don't know why it says the heat would be better. Oh, because of the thrusters. No, what are you doing? So what I'm really looking for here is the right combination of, like, mass integrity and heat dissipation. Heat dissipation's pretty important given up that we got rid of a good arm for that. So I think most of these are probably... Yeah, most of these are off the table. Our offensive subsystems, right now we've got a multi-purpose stabilizer. I feel like we can probably do better. So heat sinks, capacitors. There is a slight argument for offensive subsystems. So if I do that, I lose a point of speed. I still think that's the right call, though. I don't really see much in the way of new weaponry for this guy. Right arm. Again, we'll take a quick look and see what some of our other alternatives are. But I think the name of the game here is heat dissipation and then better mass. So here's what I could probably do. I could probably throw that Nox Heavy on. And then instead of the heat sink, I can give it the sensor, so that still gives me 13. Now, what I'm going to need to do is I'm going to need to unlearn some bad habits, because I'm not going to be able to zip around the battlefield like I used to. The funny thing is, I think I've also, like, lowered the level of most of my mechs, but... Yeah, if I'm going to replace something, I don't think it's going to be the legs. Okay. I'm not quite sure. I mean, we went from having a pretty zippy Hermes back to one that's maybe not living up to its name. But I do want to give that a try. Okay. Similarly, so we're currently sitting on an Aero medium. So I suspect there's not going to be that much that we can hope for in changes. Better power, maybe. The Nox Light's okay for heat. Oh wow, I really don't have that much as far. There we go. I was like, these bodies are kind of crappy. If I can get a good power mass combination, I can see that working. Yeah, I think we're sort of stuck with what we've got. I'm quite happy with the weapons I have here, and I don't think we picked up any rifles. Now, the right arm is the one where we have the most potential for change. So the Asgard Heavy, it's heavier and not very good heat dissipation. That's pretty much the same story across the board. Yeah, so we're sort of stuck. Hey, how you doing, the Eyes of Sin? It's very lovely to see you again. You saw Lance, and I was excited for the new melee style. Oh yeah, no new melee style. Hello, Prometheus, by the way. For those of you who don't know, actually, some of you who did the right thing and followed the Eyes of Sin got a bit of a treat. I unfortunately was streaming at the time, but the Eyes of Sin actually did a small broadcast of her own, which I understand went quite well. But for those of you who don't know her, she is the person responsible for these lovely emotes in the channel, and also is every once in a while broadcasts, but definitely somebody who I'm always very happy to. You'll notice I'm much happier every time that she stops by. So I think that's the main reason you should check her out on her own. Actually, what were you playing? I think you told me, but I've forgotten what you were playing. I'm sorry to say. I'm really tempted to switch out these Vidar heavies for okay, so if I give this guy the Helga, it is technically weaker, but not by that much. So then I'm wondering if with the Lance, it's currently sitting on the Nox mediums, even heat dissipation, that's probably going to throw me below 10. Yeah, that's not going to work. I think there's the same argument. The Hermes definitely doesn't benefit from those heavy legs, so no point in making things any more so the reason why I was messing around with some of those configurations was just to see if I had one particularly good part which was actually better suited to another unit that didn't by the way, I'm sorry, that was such a crummy shout out, the Eyes of Sin. Oh, Katamari Rerock, yes, you did tell me what it was. Thank you very much for not, or thank you for not like not taking it the wrong way that I forgot. But yeah, actually, it's really exciting that you're able to do stuff on your Switch, because I know you most of the games that you seem to like, I think, are on your Switch. So it's you know what might be better for the Behemoth, now that I think of it, is hey Olaf, thank you very much for the subscription. Sneaking in with the ending to Raiders of the Lost Ark. Sneaks in, hits the button, runs back to the shadows. Hope you're well, dude, and that you have a good as festive period as possible. I actually had some pretty crummy news today, but I will get over it, and I'm having a jolly good time with this game. So it's nice to be able to sort of switch this up. I think one of the things that I might want to try and do with something like Behemoth is actually to just switch out the weaponry, like take the existing structure and maybe just change what kind of a weapons platform it is. But that's fine. I mean, this is all experimentation, right? So yeah, Hermes is still kind of the underappreciated one of the bunch, but We'll work it out. Back to the oh, that's right. I can't get back to the briefing from this menu. Nope, that's the pause menu. That's not going to help me. So I think if we go units and then briefing, yeah, there we go. So we should be able to deploy. Hopefully, I haven't messed up my loadouts too much. By the way, it's dropping in. Command is getting impatient. Let's get this over and done with. And there are six new contacts like for the mission, not as a result of the. Oh, I struggle on this one a little bit. So there's a lot of tanks and one mech. All right. So in addition to the fact that we're going to be trying some new things, I'm at a numerical disadvantage. Anyway, sorry. It's funny that you were playing Katamari because Brace Yourself Games is the Katamari of game developers, I believe. I believe is the nickname. They keep buying up everyone. So. Okay, so they are blasting a machine gun at my melee unit. Okay, that makes me a little nervous. I think what I'm going to do... So the big thing about the melee unit, of course, is that they're not going to do anything on the first turn. Like, unless they land right on top of someone, their first move is all about... Ooh, there is some serious hate for that unit. Okay. Okay, so -1, -2 should keep me safe. I think what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to wait for the machine gun to stop firing altogether. And there's not a whole lot that we can... Oh, you know, it's not even worth it if there's... Yeah, there's another attack coming after him, so... What I may be able to do, though, is with my marksman... Oh, no. Okay. Let's see what weapon we were up against. So, cannon... Let's just focus on the... Okay. Alright, so it's all stuff that's great at long range. This is going to be quite difficult to deal with, then. Yep, they know exactly what I like doing. This is a good unit at short range, but... Or sorry, at long range, but they've got good weapons at long range, so... I think our answer here is to do the same thing. We just zip into... There's one thing I might be able to get away with, which is... Okay, so let's say we did... So they're protected by the one building. Oh, but then I take it in the face. Okay, so zip, run through. If I move to the side and I try to get a shot off... Okay. It's a very narrow window in which I can actually do this stuff. So I'm going to do inefficient shots because they're what I can sort of get away with right now. Because I basically need to be back behind my cover before curfew. All right, so we take the shot. Yeah, and then in time for their reply, we're back behind the cover. Okay, that's that turn sorted out. Now Foxtrot basically... So Foxtrot's in a bit of a nice position. Oh, and nobody's attacking them. So I'll do the dash. I'm mostly doing these dashes just so that I can cover ground a little bit faster. All right, so basically, as long as the left hand, as long as I'm behind cover when I'm attacking on the left-hand side, I think most of these I should be able to. Oh, come on. I think I'm still gonna bonk my. Oh no, my units don't bonk their heads together. So this is I'm kind of roughing this out right now, but all right. So what I basically want to try and do here is just drop as much fire as I possibly can on anything, like anything that seems that it might be in range. There is the small worry that this isn't going to be sufficient cover, but this is a unit in particular that I sort of want in the action. The other thing I could attempt would be, like, as I'm moving, like, do a really long shot, but at that point I think I'm just generating heat in, like, a stupid way, so I'm not going to try that. So I believe there's only one more unit to be... Yeah, so in this case it's Lance, or the Lance. It is Tango who is the user. You made pasta with leftover sausage for dinner, and emulsified butter sauces are a godsend. Hey, that sounds very nice. I bought some pasta stuff because, as the tweet indicated, I was getting to, like, you screwed up being a grown-up level of groceries. But I'll probably make that tomorrow. Okay, so 2 dashes, and I wind up bonking my melee unit. So let's get to a slightly different position. Okay, so there are people who are attacking this unit. The good news about this is, though, that if I'm particularly scared of it, and I probably should be, I do get to throw out my shield. So basically, as we're running by, and conveniently, nice. Okay, so I'm gonna move right here. And if I keep moving up, I'm just a little curious how the dismount works on this. Okay, yeah, so we get a pretty... So this unit, I think we should be able to take it out this turn. But again, most of this was really about positioning, so... I don't see much reason to put this on slow-mo, so I'll just leave you to enjoy the drama unfold. I guess the shotgun's going to finish on here. So they're going to be they're kind of out of commission for this turn, but they're not out of the fight. So again, we want to take a look and see who's being shot at. Looks like Foxtrot, perhaps unsurprisingly, is everyone's new favorite. This unit, who are they attacking? Ah, they're coming after... Okay. That's actually kind of interesting. So if we wait for the shot to finish and then we just zip using the dash, so they wind up shooting into the building the whole time. Yeah. So just in case the building doesn't hold, I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to keep the shield up so that it's standing at the end. So basically my feeling here is that the building is most likely to protect me at the start rather than the finish. And then what I kind of get to do is... oh, nope, they're a little too smart for me there. So I was hoping to kind of get around the back and sort of pop them in the backside, but I have a feeling that ooh, that's a weight class. So even though I put some effort into making this thing a little bit heavier, this is still a rather fearsome opponent. Wait, so what does that number to the right mean? Okay, so class 3, heavy units crash during collisions with other heavy mechs and stay standing during collisions with every other unit. Mechs can raise their stability class by 1 while bracing with a shield. Vehicles generally have lower stability. I should probably take a look at my weight. So yeah, we've got a light, medium, heavy, medium. Okay. Yeah, so I'm a little puzzled as to how I want to handle. They've done a pretty good job of covering me. So maybe what I do. Yeah, I think I'm gonna start creep. No, you know what? I don't need to get fancy with it. I'll just keep behind, and I'll be a bit of a creep, and then I'll try and sneak around the edge. I think the threat of me being able to attack them over there is enough to do what I want. I am probably gonna have to find. Yeah, this thing can still damage as long as it's got an operating cannon. It can still damage me. So I am probably gonna have to find a way of taking this thing out. I just don't know if I really want to spend the time this turn, or if I maybe want to try and take out some other candidates. Eyes of Sin says, a trick with pasta: salt the water well, and after you've boiled the pasta, set aside a third of the cup of the salty, starchy pasta water, and vigorously stir about half a stick of butter in with the hot pasta and some of the pasta water. It forms a creamy butter sauce. The butter sauce is a great base to build more flavors onto, and it's great with some of its own Italian seasoning and garlic. You know a lot more about pasta than I tend to just take stuff out of cans and be like, I made dinner for myself. I think I'm going to need to get some tips. More tips, rather. Okay, I think we're going to do the same thing we've always done with our marksmen. I do find it a little odd. So again, I want to make sure this happened. Oh, that's why. Okay. So if this attack's going to be happening, it should be happening about here. But I think I opened myself up to retaliate. Yep. Well, it's the closest thing I can attack, so... Fortunately, it looks like they're coming to me, so I think if I just wait it out a bit... Yep. Okay, that's definitely not a wasted turn. I'm also a little curious what the side of these buildings look like. Obviously, if it looks like this thing's about to give way, I don't want to spend too much time trying to I don't want to spend too much time trying to hide behind it. One thing that would be really good for this unit, if I can, would be to try and get them to do some attacks on this guy. Actually, what I should be doing is my melee unit, nobody wants to do anything to them. So what I can probably do is we'll run up the middle here. Actually, you know what? I need to start this attack as soon as I can. So we'll sort of run up the middle here. Let's do a secondary because I think that generates less heat. Oh no! No! Well, okay, you know what? I think I can probably make this work. So go to the... No! Okay, before I do that, let's see what the primary strike gives me. I don't know how I feel about that. See, the thing is, I'm doing that strike to close the distance. That's not actually the target of the attack. Okay, so let's say I do... So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to like walk up like this. So we're pretty safe right now. The person who I actually want to hit is that unit. Man, it's always so close to working. But of course, the big thing is that as soon as the jets start going, I kind of get to laugh a bit because I know, man, the range on this thing is so. Okay, actually, no, I should use that to my advantage. So the fact that the range is so good with a secondary weapon. All right, that's a little optimistic. So, like, what I'm kind of doing here is I'm trying to rely on the fact that I'm trying to rely on the fact that I use my jump jet. So I'm basically kind of clearing this. I'm clearing this unit. So you know what? Maybe there's another way that I do this. I go around the side here. Yeah, it's the fact he's got that building in the way that really spoils it. So I'm going to try something totally new. There's a small risk doing this because I'm sort of walking into the crossfire of some of my allies. But the idea here is that I get to really mess around with the enemy unit. So I'm sort of jetting into a tank, which is going to throw that off its path. And I'm actually going to set myself up for the secondary strike. Oh, nope, because they're too close to the building again. Oh, nope, there we go. So my traditional double strike here. All right, so I guess the last question is what I do with Foxtrot. So first of all, I make sure they're out of the way of my my melee unit. So wait it out a little bit. Oop, and then they arrive just in time to get hit by... Am I really going to leave this guy... You know what? I think I have to. So let's say in theory I want to try and make that happen. How could I try? Yeah, I think I just wind up hitting the building again, so... Start opening fire. Yeah, for the entire shot, I'm just hitting the side of that thing. Okay, well, you know what? It's not an exciting turn, but they're drawing fire for my allies. And I am a little interested in what happens to this unit next turn. Okay, well, it's dead, so... Oh, I hit the wall again! Oh! So notice that guy just got like booted across the map. So we're gonna be running around. Oh, and they're turning away. So this is not gonna. Oh no, but that wasn't the target apparently. So this guy's pretty much hosed. Now I'm lucky I got the barrier up, so I should probably consider. I should probably consider some alternative positioning. So first of all, let's take the marksman, and we'll get them to lay down. Oh, nobody's coming after them. Okay, how much damage is... Okay, this guy, he'll either crash or he'll be taken out in this next turn. So we'll wait out the attack. Ooh, we're too hot. You know what? I think I'm a little more angry at this unit than I am at this. Well, no, it's still going to be attacking at the end of the turn. There is the possibility that my other unit takes it out, though, so... Alright. So I am making something of an assumption that this guy is going to get taken out. There's no guarantee at all that that's going to happen, but... Although, again, the game is pretty deterministic, so I feel like I would actually be able to know that for sure. I just don't necessarily think it's the most exciting way I could be spending the time building the turn. So, Marksman's turn is pretty clear, basically just trying to take out as many enemies as possible. Now, I think the way I'm going to handle... So again, I've got the advantage of buildings giving me some cover. So what I'd like to try and do here is a melee strike, if I can, on... No. I need to get out of the... So I either need a head-on strike, or I need to get out of the... I need to get out of the city. Okay, so if I did that, unfortunately, I've got my back turned. Okay, yeah, so I'm making a really big assumption here that this guy gets taken out. If not, my melee unit takes a hit to the back. Now, surely if we do a straight attack, yeah. So get something like that. This unit's going to be attacking the lance. Okay, so they're going to be attacking the lance again. So while they're... One of the things that I can do with the lance is to make sure that they are... Basically, the machine gun's pointing away from an important unit. So... As soon as the machine gun starts firing, we put our shield up. I think we can actually just start moving right away. And of course, by that time, they're primed for a shotgun to the face. With the mild worry that we don't quite have the distance we need for the... So there's a small worry that we might get tagged by that last shot, but it's a risk that I'm willing to take. So this is a bit of a conundrum. So I've got some damage on the lower legs, and I am regenerating it, which is good. But I do need to find something useful for this mech to do, while still not being too threatened by the turn. I suppose the first thing that I could try, we can make it more of a sure thing that actually, yeah, you know what? No reason to make this complicated at all. So they stay put. It's a little closer than I want to my ally, so let's change that around a bit. So I mean, suffice to say, I'm sort of taking it on faith that the attack is actually going to work running over it, but I think it's worth the shot. So I am going to do slow-mo on this just because I think it's going to wind up looking really fancy, and there's a lot of stuff going on. But it's not going to be a very focused slow-mo. It's just going to be so that we can see everything happening. Okay, so they did break through. Okay, so they're already crashing. They should be dead this turn. I do want to see how this one turns out. Okay, so it looks like that attack never materialized. So just as well we put in the insurance policy. That would have been a nice one to highlight. So, big sword strike from the back. And a crash for some reason. That sucks. But it does put him in a good range for the shotgun. All right. I guess I was too close for the sword strike. That does put me in a tough spot for the melee. I get to at least start the strike. All right, this guy's still up and actually getting ready to do a shot. So, but the marksman seems to be wide open. So let's see who. Okay, so they're firing straight away. Basically, what I want to look at right now is who are threatening my existing units. So it's pretty unlikely that this attack is going to do anything to save this unit. This guy's almost taken out, so I think neither of these are very good distances. I'm really tempting fate with the heat, but yeah, at this point, so this is a little bit, this is a bit of a weird approach, but the idea here is that basically, actually, yeah, there's no, okay, given what I know now, there's absolutely no point in I don't think there's any point in doing that melee attack. So my remaining units are going to be all about cleaning out these tanks, and I'm going to let my I'm going to let my elites do, or sorry, not elites. I'm going to let the my more dedicated units handle things the way that they know best. So one thing I would ideally like to do is get a little range between me and the enemy. So again, just the advantage of another shotgun strike. I don't think I can get a second one. Yeah, I'm going to overheat, so just throw up the shield. Maybe not the most exciting way of handling the situation, but what I'm going to do is I got to make sure that there's enough distance. Like, I don't want my two units to be colliding, but so attack. Yeah, something like that. So I don't think there's any situation where this collision actually happens on this round, but it does give me, it basically gives me a little bit of leeway to, actually I can probably start that move even sooner. It's not that I want the collision to happen, but it'll probably be sort of fun to watch. But yeah, I basically want to make sure that my my melee unit doesn't wind up in another kind of compromising position like last time. So once they pick themselves up, they'll get a melee strike in on the gunner. We've already got a shotgun blasting off, and then we'll get a second. Then we'll run in with our shield. This unit's sort of shooting everything that they can. So the whole basically, oh crap. Yeah, there's really no good options as far as Foxtrot's concerned. I really just kind of need to rely on so yeah, minor hope that this unit gets taken out. I think what I'm going to do with Polaris for the rest of the turn is target this unit in the back. I'm leaving the attack somewhat late because they're sort of in the optimal attack range, and it gives me a chance to cool down. So I don't think there's any point in sort of moving around this turn. I think everybody's just going to kind of stand and do their attacks. And I will do slow-mo, but this time we'll do a half speed. Okay, so he's out. Let's watch the sneak attack. Okay, something went wrong with Kilo. Are they stuck in the wall or something? Kilo didn't do any of the stuff that I had planned for her, which is a shame. But we did get rid of all the tanks. So I am a little curious, if I just keep pushing forward like that, like, do I drag them along with me, or does that happen differently? So either way, it looks like the machine gun's going to be coming after my melee unit. So at this point, we'll put them in a safe place. And then what I'll kind of do by the end of this is just to make sure that I'm... Oh, my bad. They're not coming after my melee unit. Ah! I did that wrong. Okay, well this is going to be a time-worn strategy that I'm doing here. Basically waiting for the enemy unit. Telfast, thank you very much for the follow. So basically here, I'm protecting myself from the machine gun. The other thing that I'm doing is trying to have their back exposed to as much of the my back exposed to as much of sorry. So I'm trying to position it so that everybody else is looking at that guy's back. So the one thing I will do slightly differently is I do want to wait to see, because I'm not 100% sure how the shield's going to work. My hope is that I'm just going to sweep them up so that they wind up being in this spot anyway. Thank you very much for the bits, Telthus, and glad you are enjoying the game as much as I... Well, I can't say that you're enjoying it as much as I am, but it seems like you are. So, in anticipation of what's going to happen, we'll move our marksman back. And I want to be a little patient because if... oh, you know what? I want to be patient, but I don't want to be stupid, so I'll move here instead. So I want at least one of the shots to be finished before the turn starts. So it looks like, again, I guess it depends as to well, actually, yeah, hang on. I should think a little more carefully about this. So in theory, so there's two possibilities, right? We throw the shield. Oh, sorry. There's another thing I need to do. Throw the shield up. In fact, never not have the shield up is the new rule. So if we wind up sort of sweeping them up, then what happens is they're going to be here when this attack starts. If we don't wind up sweeping them up, then we're still going to be attacking them over on this end, which I don't think is too big of a hardship. I think we'll still be okay for the heat. So one way or the other, we should be able to get 2 shots off. Now we're already kind of hot over here, so I'll wait. I think the idea here is I kind of want to wait so that my my ally's not in too much danger. So let's move to an optimal range over here. Oop, looks like I'm in the crossfire, so maybe we can get away with something like this. Yeah. Oh wow, I really didn't think that one through. Okay. And again, we're sort of faced with the same situation. So this particular attack here is probably going to hit a bunch of air. Well, no, even then we'll probably still get some damage in. But it's all contingent on what happens when this collision goes on. So the only other thing I can think of right now is, so I originally thought that my melee unit was going to get attacked. This has not been a particularly kind round for the melee unit. So the only thing I can really think of would be to wait a little bit. Now, the one thing I will say is that we've never been in a situation where I've gotten hit by friendly fire on one of these. This may be the exception. This may be the time that I get hit by friendly fire. I feel somewhat obligated to let the blade taste something. Let's see how that. Oh God, I keep forgetting how long that attack is. Okay, well that's clearly too soon. No, that's too long, so split the difference. Yeah, so I am going to be coming in through friendly fire. If I try primary attack... Ooh, thread the needle. I actually slightly prefer this approach because I'm on the other side of my allies. So we're definitely slow-mowing this one because basically it's the entire... It's the entire force picking on this one guy. Okay, shield up. Let's see what happens to this. I'm pretty sure we're going to be sweeping him up. Oh, no, we're going to be taking a bunch of damage to my legs. Oh, because we need to put the shield up. Yep, so we're just pushing him into position. That's probably going to mess with the... that's probably going to be messing with the melee unit's attack. This is kind of hilarious to watch. Oh yeah, they are totally gonna go. Oh, this is gonna be so bad. No! Sleipnir! Whatever you're thinking of doing, don't! Okay, they're clear. What? What's going on there? I'm pretty sure I just smacked my own guy. Or, yeah, so the melee. So I don't think we've hit a single melee attack this time around. Thank you very much, Telthas. I hope you have a good time with the game when you get back to it again. And thank you again for more bits. Very kind of you. Okay, well, it's not all that different from what we were planning anyway, right? So we throw the shield up to protect from the machine gun attacks. I should be able to get a cheeky little melee strike in off the bat. Well, I go on fire if I do that, so let's now if this one doesn't land, I've got to declare chapter 11 at that point. And really the rest of this is just finding out when my cooldown's enough to be able to cause more misery on this guy. Okay. Let's get you behind a building. But yeah, honestly, the rest of this really just fire as many bullets in their general direction as we can get away with. Maybe we'll give them a little bit of a breather there. Yeah. I figure at that point they're in sidearm range. Obviously, they want to be part of the party too, so I don't think there's going to be much scrap left. But this should be fun. All right, so I'm sorry that the last one was so disappointing in the slow-mo, but I am going to do slow-mo again on this one because I really like how stylish this game is. Also, I really want to see this guy hit something. You know, come to think of it, I could have snuck around the building so that I didn't have to take all of that on my shield. Yeah, they got caught on something again. I'm gonna obviously have to understand. Oh no! Oh God, what are you doing? Stop, stop! All right, now we get to see everybody just demolish the smoking crater. We don't need to be slow for this. All right, definitely a clown show with the melee there, but still fun. 30 seconds, 802 damage taken. I want to know how much of that was friendly fire. Almost 4,500 damage inflicted. Under 100 actions planned this time. I'm losing my touch. Just shy of a kilometer traveled. 177 supplies detected on site. We've got a Nox medium, level 5 though, so that might still be good. A Firestarter heavy handgun, I think that's a new one for us. Typhoon light machine gun, I almost never use those, so completely destroyed the tank. Regenerator and an excellent reactor, so we might have some use there. Yeah, most of those tanks didn't walk away, and I do like gyros, so... Yeah, actually there's some pretty good gear here. Of course, as always, we'll... Oh, it looks like only the Hermes needs the repairs. Oh no, that's a lie. How are my pilots doing? Oh, all right. I definitely need to. Sorry, I misunderstood the new system. So I think under the old fatigue system, the higher the number, the more fatigued they were. Now it seems to be a little bit more intuitive in the sense that the negative numbers reflect tired pilots. Now it hasn't really affected me so far, but I am going to have to keep that in mind. So we'll have at least 6 hours of R&R, and then we're going to also have some travel time to the town. I suspect we're going to wind up finding some sort of something in between, so I shouldn't be relying on that. But hopefully that'll buy us a little something. We should be able to get some once we liberate this area. We should be able to party, which will also earn me a bit of recovery. But my pilots are definitely no longer in top shape. So again, all these frames are mostly just because I can rather than out of necessity. Okay, so we have done repairs. All right, so we got 10 in terms of fatigue out of that. They're not, they're not exactly ready to shoot a propaganda poster or anything like that, but we should get at least a little bit back as we go to the town. Oh, there is one other thing I'm curious about. I don't think you can interact with any of these structures unless you have your mobile base there. Yeah. Okay, so we'll just move on to the town. Bonansvik. Now we might sort of be missing a couple of things off to the side here, but what's nice about this is the next area we're going to attack is Hosfrid, so anything that we missed, we're actually going to wind up hitting in between. You know what? I messed up. So one problem that I have right now is, so with this region, a region famous for the fact that its sheep population is larger than its people. So should find out how much hope we get for liberating each of these areas, because one of the worst things that could happen to me is me being at this part of the map when we get a whole bunch of extra hope, because of course I'll lose all the benefits as they... Yeah. Okay, I'm actually going to head to the farm first. Now, if it says on defeat, I'm assuming that's like we defeat them. So that would be 20. Yeah, so we get the region as soon as we take out that convoy. I've already locked myself into some wasted R&R, but that's fine. We can still we can make it partially work at least. So you can attempt to gain control of this structure by mounting an assault with your squad. Suit up. We are going to do just a review because we did get some extra units. Looks like it's pretty much universal assault rifles and medium handguns. You know what? There is one thing I want to check out. So Hermes is the one with the assault rifle. I'll say 219 is my baseline. I just want to get a bit of an idea as to whether or not I'm sitting on some fancier assault rifles. No, it looks like they're mostly using the trash. But it did just occur to me that's the one weapon that might wind up with a that might wind up like it could have an upgrade that winds up gobbled up by one of these secondary units I've made. I mean, they're all pretty much clones. At some point I do want to at some point I really do want to mess around with them a little bit more and come up with something more exciting. Okay, so we've got one better upper body. I mean, this arrow is pretty special. So better integrity, we lose the barrier. Basically everything else is the same except slightly worse heat dissipation, and the thruster isn't as great. So I'm sure this Nox will serve someone well, just not this particular unit. It is very unlikely we got a good sidearm. I am always looking for a better assault rifle, but it's not in the pile, so... next lowest level would be the Lance. So again, I don't see a lot happening to the Lance, but let's just make sure. So we've got a Nox Heavy right now. I could equip him with a Nox Medium. Inexplicably, the Medium actually has... so it's lower integrity, yet is somehow heavier. It does have decent heat dissipation, though. It does give up some of that in the form of heat capacity, so for this unit, I'm actually happy keeping that as it is. We didn't get any new shields. It was just the heavy handgun, so I'm content with that, but we do have a new defense... yeah, but it's regeneration, so that doesn't matter. There might be something for Behemoth, but... So again, that arrow just puts in work. The Nox Medium's too heavy for a replacement, so... this is still a medium handgun, so we already know there aren't any improvements there. We definitely didn't wind up... Whoa, hello! It's hiding in plain sight. Man, look at that beauty. The range is not as good. Actually, you know what? That's not bad either, though, because I've actually complained about this one having too much. Like it's hard to actually make this guy sing because it's a long-range rifle. This is perfect. Actually, if Eyes of Sin is still around, I should get her to critique the mech designs. She's the artistic one, so... Right, so we're messing around with Behemoth before, so again, I don't want to change the type of unit that this one is, so move back. Same story with Sleipnir, although the difference is that there might be something with the upper body that we can do. So we've got a... Actually, this is not a bad Nox already. What I don't like about this replacement Nox is that the heat capacity and the power are worse. So while it's nice to have some extra integrity, not to the point where I sacrifice the dimensions that I really need. So I like the fact that this has a lot of speed. I like the fact that this has... I like the fact that it's, you know, it's durable enough, but it's not, this is working for me, is what I'm trying to say. Very unlikely that I've got another... I should probably just make sure that my existing light blades are what I want. Yeah, this has got an absurd range, so I'm quite happy with what I've got already. It doesn't hurt to take a quick look at the bigger sword. So again, longer... Well, this cut has a better range, which is nice, but I don't like the fact that the concussive damage and the base damage is lower. So I think we are quite alright with our existing loadouts. And we'll ignore, again, at some point I'll take care of the clone. Like, really what I should be doing is I should probably be building out, like, which one is my heavy machine gun unit? Which one is my... I don't know. There's a couple of designs which I feel like I should add to the rotation rather than, like, just constantly customizing my main for. But this is working for me so far, so... Oop. And we deploy. Oh my god, is it already... Jesus Christ. I was going to say if you guys minded me going for a quick tea break, but it's almost 3 hours. I have not been paying attention to time at all. All right, no identification received, targets closing, and reinforcements needed. And... Okay, so there are 3 units in the area right now. I think this is one of the new maps. Oh, this is kind of neat. So the last time we went on this, this level... Oh, hang on, you know what? It looks like it's one of the new maps. It may still be a new map, but it's different from the one that I did last time. It's kind of neat, actually. I like this setup quite a bit because, of course, we're an attacking force. Like, we're not necessarily going to be inside the city. So, you know, we've kind of got this spot. Like, this is kind of the spot you could imagine someone attacking from. It's wooded. It's hard to see where your guys would come from. So this is a neat one. It would be kind of interesting to see what it's like if you have an enemy that's sort of entrenched inside here, but that's completely unnecessary. Like, this is cool as it is already. So let's start again. Well, first of all, let's get the measure of our opponents. So, okay, these are fairly long range, which is good. This guy's also sitting on a sniper rifle, so I don't want to be... I definitely do not want to be in the way when that thing goes off. But... We're definitely going to be able to... so the key to this one's going to be about closing the distance. If we can close the distance and mop these guys up in 4 turns, we are laughing. I got to remember who the target for the sniper rifle is. Okay, Foxtrot did something to really annoy people. So I think my answer for that is I'll move Foxtrot behind this building, and I think that actually covers them for everything. It seems like this tank might be a threat, but they're going to be shooting into a hill, so I'm okay there. Can probably start that attack a little sooner. Okay. So I actually prefer the smaller bursts. I think if I do the third one, I'm going to be running too hot, but yeah. That's quite all right. I think we've already done what we needed to there. Okay, so I am sort of interested in what I do with my melee unit. This wouldn't have been my first choice, but This does protect them. Actually, you know what? I think I'm just going to dash the whole way. Well, not the whole way, but I'm going to dash long enough to... Okay, yeah, this is what I need. So 2 dashes, we're covered by the buildings. And there's maybe a small threat, like it's kind of ambiguous about the edge of that building, but I'm comfortable enough with what's going on. Now, one thing that really works for me here is the fact that these 2 units are totally untouched. So what I'm going to do with my marksman is I'm just going to get them in a nice little perch and see who's in optimal range. Okay, well that's a big load of baloney. Okay, so I'm gonna hit the mountain, aren't I? So this seems like a really good spot right up until you actually try to do shots. That's slightly better. Bet you I'm gonna overheat because of that too. I'm a little doubtful that this is going to work. All right, so if I start that attack, yeah, it's almost not worth trying, to be honest. But I'll run with it. And there's not a whole lot for this unit to do, honestly. It's more just, you know, move them in place and fire the shotgun when you can. I wish I could get closer, but especially because I feel like this unit gets a lot of attention. Yeah, you know what? Can I... yeah, I can't make it work. All right, well, I don't feel good about it, but... So I'm curious what happens with the marksman. Okay, they still delivered something. That's actually a fair amount of damage that they just did there. So this thing's gone up right away. They're already in range, so I might as well just keep it. Now, they're pretty much fresh, so one bit of good news for me is that like I can shoot at them. They're already in close range, so there's not a whole lot that they can do to me. What I am going to do though, so I'll stand still for the shot just because it improves efficacy. But I think what I'm just going to do here is I'm going to throw up my shield and just like kind of barrel over them. I guess there's one thing I can do on my way out. So shoot him once. And there is something of a question as to whether or not this attack actually does anything. But I suppose I'll find out. Who does this person want to attack? So they want to... Interesting. So this seems like a pretty obvious... move for my melee unit. At this point, it's really just waiting for the moment. Although I'll confess, I'm a bit worried... Yeah, I'm a bit worried about the positioning. So, like, if I have to wait this long... Oh, I get what's happening. This is not an easy one to plan out. I guess I'm gonna have to use the short. Huh. Well, I sure didn't do myself any favors here. Well, second best. Dang. Oop. That's a narrow one, but now sadly my marksman really doesn't have a whole lot to do here. I suppose. Oh, that's not going to work. I mean, those nice straight streets really, they're helpful in one way, but I suppose one small thing I could try doing is assuming that that tank's still standing there. I'm just going to have to assume that I can walk over it. If I can't, then I'm in a little bit of trouble. But it's mostly just because I think distance with this this unit's going to be really helpful. Now I got to think about how I'm going to be able to move this unit while still dodging the attacks from the enemy. So one thing I could try and do is sort of move to cover like this. And then maybe my secondary move could be, you know, sneak up behind them. Yeah, so I definitely open myself up to attack. So I gotta wait at least some part of the. That's longer than I want to, but I'm not gonna get too neurotic about it. There is a small problem with how I'm approaching this, which is I'm going to have the marksman looking down this street as well as Foxtrot, and so essentially I'm kind of having it. I'm sort of having it both ways. At some point, Foxtrot is going to be in the way. The one thing that is kind of nice though is I do have the melee unit ready for sort of in the worst case scenario, they're going to be able to sort of pick up the slack and you know, and come in on this side if the A decides to be a bit clever. The biggest thing is that most of the viable targets are already at close range, so the sniper rifle's not really going to do that much to us. But it'd still be nice if we can avoid unnecessary damage. So let's hit execute. Okay, this thing's still not down. Oh, yeah, so I just owned my own guy. But it's dead, so. And looks like we did a pretty good job of taking out the bad guy. So it's the left arm that was taken out, so they're not actually ready. They're not at a point yet. They're not out of the game. So what I'll do here is I'm going to move Foxtrot. You know what? Foxtrot can afford to do a dash. This is mostly just about positioning myself for retaliation. So we know that this unit's not going to be causing any problems for me. As mentioned before, this is all about getting the marksman in a nice position for a. It's a little bit of a hole in the building, so I'm gonna hope that that delivers. And then the rest of this is really just making sure that the lance is in. I basically just want to make sure that the lance is in a spot where they can contribute, but not get in the way of the shots. And it looks like, so I don't like having to go. I don't really like having to go around the edge with a big slow move unit like this. Okay, so. But yeah, if I want to get them in on the action, I have to. And at this point, I think I'm just going to take the melee unit. I'm going to move them. Oh, that's cheeky. All right, well. Well, you know what? I don't need to get clever. I could try a dash. Let's make sure that nothing too scary happens. Okay, so if we dash there, they still start their attack. Mostly I'm just trying to get a little bit deeper into the level for when the reinforcements arrive. So we run through jet. Okay, yep, no, we're behind the concrete pillar when we need to be. So all right, that guy's... assuming it's not already wiped out, they're going to be ejecting next. Yeah, they're not going to survive that that sniper shot. Rebel units in visual range. Landing ETA 3 seconds. I don't get to see the rest of that statement. So we don't actually get to attack them until next round, but we can see where they arrive. Oh, they're coming from where we were. And it looks like it's just 2... Okay, so it's just 2 units right now. However, there is another batch of reinforcements coming in. So for my melee unit, I would like to... Basically, I want to cover as much ground as I can while still letting myself cool down at the end of the turn. So I can get away with 3 of those. All right, I haven't completely emptied my heat sinks. Now, there's a huge problem I can run into, which is, you know, I'm in a decent spot to be able to get a melee attack on this unit. If this guy decides to turn their attention on my melee unit, there's not a lot of cover for them. So I'm kind of going in with a big move, which may have some consequences. Next thing I'm going to do is move my marksman. So just kind of roughing out a plan here. Ooh, they're just shy of where they need to be. Oh, wonderful, Mad King Brutus. Welcome back. Again, we're doing as much of a dash as we can just to close the distance. We already know that we're not attacking anybody this turn because they don't actually exist on the map until the very end. So the idea is close the distance as much as possible, while still leaving. All right, so this dash isn't quite going to finish when I want it to. Actually, here's the better move. Small step forward. Then another dash. Yeah, so I don't overheat off of that. And then we just close the rest of the distance. Now, the drawback here is that Foxtrot has now got a rifle with a lot less range. So it's not going to be quite as good. But we'll make it work. Unfortunately, there's a little bit of a race going on with my 2 guys, so I better hope everybody's jets are loaded and ready to go. This isn't exactly where I would move this unit under normal circumstances. It'll have to do. You know what? I don't feel that great about that move. But where else am I going to go? Okay. I may not feel great about it, but... it still closes the distance. So I am interested. I mean, if this thing survives, so much the better. I just don't think it... yeah. Coincidentally, you're also back. How's it been? Oh, it's been great. We've seen some really fun stuff here. Remarkable Frisbee. Much as tends to happen with this game, I've completely failed to realize that 3 hours have already passed. Okay, so yeah, they want to hurt the. Oh, this is a deadly combo. So they've got the. They got the autocannon, which is really good at short range. So basically, I want to try and slice and dice. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, it's because I was already at a certain level of heat. That's a pity. That seems to me like a recipe to overheat, but I'm already kind of in trouble where that thing is, so. This one's a no-brainer. I'm just gonna run the unit up. So I think if I try and do a dash and a shotgun, yeah, I burn up, so. I'll run up into shotgun range. I also want to be a little careful because I feel like I should be able to get a... Oh. That was pretty smart of them, actually. Too hot. So basically, they dodged the ideal firing position from my marksman. So I'm still trying to get my assault to close the distance. No crossfire, which is good. And the key here is that the assault rifle is able... It's probably the one most equipped to sort of move and fire. I don't think I get 3 anymore. Yeah, too hot. So we'll wait it out and then just move to the side a little bit. You've officially wishlisted this game. Probably get it later after you round off Darkest Dungeon DLC. Excellent. Good news. Remarkable Frisbee. I will say, if you have not done so... So for those of you that don't know about the Epic holiday sale going on right now, they are doing those coupons again. So if you're thinking of picking up this game, I don't know when the coupons expire. They'll probably say it on the website. But right now, like, they're doing a free game every day, like they've done before. I think it was Tropico 5 today. They did Alien Isolation, which was a nice one. Actually, that reminds me. So I believe the list has been leaked. So I'm pretty sure you can find the list of stuff that's going to be given away. But yeah, I believe you'll get one of those coupons if you already pick up one of the free games. There's a link that you can go to that will give it to you. Unfortunately, I don't have it offhand, but if you can't find it through other means, let me know, and I will, either on Twitter or whatever, I'll direct you to it. So again, Phantom Brigade is new. It's not on sale. But traditionally, the holiday sale coupons on the Epic Store last longer than the sale itself. So if you're wishlisting the game and you think you're going to buy it within the next couple of months, you'll want to make sure you have at least one of those coupons in your inventory. Because the worst case that happens is you don't use it and then it just expires. But that's my PSA. I felt really bad because I'm not going to say who it was, but someone had bought the game quite literally the day before that sale started, and I felt really, really awful because that normally doesn't happen to me, but I would be really frustrated if it did. Well, I guess I kind of value the thing at the price that I paid, so I don't. There's that, but still, it's nice to get stuff on sale if you can. We don't need to pause for this. All right, that's nice. I am a little surprised that we got hit. But this thing is, well, it's crashed, but it's not down. So I'm going to keep my melee unit in a safe place. Oh, oh, that's a pity. Remarkable Frisbee. Yeah. I know people get annoyed when I talk about the Epic Store, but the one thing I will say that's kind of neat about the way that they've been handling it is that traditionally, if a game has gone on sale within a certain period of time of someone buying it, they voluntarily return the difference. That's happened to me personally, and there have been there was somebody made a nice little Twitter thread about it. And the reason why Epic does that and Steam doesn't is that Steam is kind of the default choice, so they can sort of afford not to do things because you're probably going to be informed about what's going on Steam, whereas Epic is sort of convincing you that this is a place that's worth buying from. So even though it does sort of eat into their margins that they're voluntarily giving people the sale, you know, knowing that information, you can sort of feel like, oh, hey, you know, I'm okay buying from this place because I know I'm not out of pocket. If I also think, incidentally, they're probably still doing manual refunds, so I'd also think it saves them some labor. But it's the difference between the mind share that Epic's trying to get versus the mind share that Steam owns. And it's, you know, you get to see the difference between the two stores, one that's trying to build its user base, whereas the other one's trying to maintain it. So hopefully we'll have a little bit more, things will be a little bit more balanced in the next couple of years. So again, he's shooting into the side of a hill. I'm not too worried about it. And 4 new enemy units. So dropping in, command is getting impatient. Let's get this over and done with. So the nice thing here is we've cleared out all of the enemies before the new guys arrive. So let's see where they come from. And it's 4 tanks. So we won't know what type of weapon they have until until the fireworks start. So as before, jet as close as we can. I'm actually going to take some high ground positions, which I'm probably going to have to give up when the fighting starts. But I'll work with what I've got. This should be a nice little melee strike to hit these two. Well, I guess we know now, Brunos. Yeah, it was quite cold. I had to rewrite the tweet announcing I was going live twice because my hands were all numb, and like it was hard for me to write a coherent sentence. Which sounds like, that just sounds so ridiculous and babyish, but it's true. My hands were really cold and they weren't working properly. Okay. Got a marksman hiding here somewhere. Ah, here we are. So of course this is a tricky one because I want them to be somewhat distant. Oh, no, you know what? That hill should probably cover me. All right. So unless I can, like, target the ground. Oh, well, that's new. I did not realize that you could attack on the first. I always thought you had to wait for them to arrive. They are in midair during that. So I may be setting myself up for disappointment by just sort of attacking. I may just be attacking something that isn't actually there this round and generating heat, but I would be interested in seeing how this turns out. So we'll watch it from the enemy's point of view. Oh, no, they're there. Yeah, so not a whole lot that happened on this end. The sniper's not going to be too useful, and probably as anyone could have predicted, the melee unit's in a bit of trouble. But I bet we're going to be able to... Oh, really? That different levels message is the bane of my existence. I think the best thing that I can do right now is just get out of the fight. Okay, so they're not going to be doing anything this turn. We are going to be overheating. So we pretty much have to put up the shield. But I do get my revenge. This could be a little tidier, but I'm a little more interested in delivering the coup de grace. I'll put 2 in just for safety, and then secondary attack on the target of opportunity. Okay, so I think second best for me is head back over here. Probably not going to be able to get a second attack without... Oh no. Do it one each, so we probably won't take it out, but... Nice. So that thing's gonna be crashing. Nice! So that guy's gonna finish crashing this turn. This guy wants to target the lance. Okay, so the answer here seems to be... they're waiting, but they're not surrendering, so... I'll give him a warning shot. I think it's safe enough that I should be able to move my melee unit in to do a little... How are they at different heights? If nothing else, this is just setting me up for the secondary attack. I feel a little bad about having to do it that way, but okay. I kind of unnecessarily overheated on that one, but so I figure what I can do here. I do need to cool down at some point, but again, this is the unit that can sort of afford to have a little more. A few more kind of attack moves. They're sort of built for that mobility. So the lance is the actual target of the attack. I don't want to be too reckless with their movement, but as long as I can keep them behind some cover. Yep, that's what I need. So I don't think we'll take everything out, but we should only have 1 tank left by the end of this. Well, that's what I get for for predicting. That was fun. Okay, 45 seconds. Took 474 damage. Almost 5.5k, just shy. No units lost, no subsystems detected on the site. 117 actions planned, 2.2 kilometers moved, 9 enemy units destroyed, 290 supplies. Are you saying this so that you can try and keep me going for a little bit longer? I'll probably have one more in me, but I don't know if I've got any more than that, because I've been really struggling in terms of my sleep, and I do want to try and get. I know it's Christmas Eve tomorrow, but I do want to try and get some work in. So, if nothing else, if I get like the work in on the morning, you know, I get to do the fun stuff. Oh, you know what? Okay. Here's one thing that I do. What you're up to? I have the and of course more Phantom Brigade. So actually, here's something for you guys. So one thing I was thinking of was, however long I'm able to stream on Christmas, one thing I could try and do is like kind of keep it open. So like if I have a game that you want to see me do, either something that I've done in the past or something that you know, something that you've wanted to see me do and I haven't yet. Some of those are because I'm sort of saving them for a special occasion. But I was thinking, if there's enough interest in people, like in me just sort of doing this wonderful jamboree of sort of nibbling away at sort of the greatest hits, I wouldn't necessarily mind doing something like that. But the other worry is that if I do that, then what that's going to do is it's only going to give people this mush of like, you know, yeah, I was interested in seeing you do this, but now that you've seen mine, I'm going to go because I don't like this other game. So I don't know if you guys have any feelings about that, but if there is something you'd like to see me do, even if it's a game I don't particularly like, I think in the name of the holiday spirit, I will, you know, I'll be willing to give it a shot. Mass Effect 3 multiplayer stream. I'm gonna have to reinstall Mass Effect 3, but I don't think I've ever seen an SMG before. Then again, we didn't really give it much of a chance to. Sounds like a me problem. That's true. I mean, it's not that hard to reinstall the game. Yeah, this is the big one. I always assume that whenever I make that offer, people are talking about, like, people are going to say single player games, but I keep forgetting that most people prefer multiplayer. This is actually a funny thing. So, I don't know if you guys have ever played Dungeon of the Endless. Amplitude Studios, like, I like that they do this. I just don't always think that it sort of delivers. Interesting. We're still at 60 hope. Okay. Maybe I was wrong in terms of how the breakdown works. But they do this games together thing where basically you like the community votes on certain features for upcoming games. And I think like you can get points. So one, you get points for participating in the community votes. But you also get points for when you're you get points when you're like when you buy Amplitude games. So like the idea is that, you know, it's one thing to kind of go in and have an opinion about a game that you've never played before, and like and that you haven't bought or pre-ordered. And then it's another thing to like be someone who is a lifelong Amplitude fan. You're basically going to buy everything that they've got and pre-order it maybe. And clearly one type of person is going to be like, as far as the developer is concerned, that one of those voices should probably have more weight than the other. But that doesn't mean that you ignore other, like, so you might want to hear from people who don't traditionally buy your games because you can find out the thing that has kept them from buying it. But like, if you don't like turn-based strategy, you're probably not going to like, you know, endless space, and you're not going to like Endless Legend. Like, if you don't like turn-based strategy, you're probably not going to play sorry, there's, I don't know if it's a fireman. There's definitely something happening outside my window, and like they're searching a house with lights, which is a little weird. I'm sorry, I should be focusing on the game. It's just, it's a little disconcerting to see something like that within your eye line of your monitor. But anyways, so where I was going with this is Dungeon of the Endless is their sort of little roguelike game. They've actually got another one coming out, which I don't remember the name for anymore, but it was announced during the Game Awards. It looks pretty good. But the thing that really disappointed me about that voting system was that they had like there were three things. There were like two really interesting options for the game, and the third one was multiplayer. And I was like, man, I hate this option, because I'm gonna vote for the thing I'm gonna vote for the thing I'm interested in. But I know that multiplayer is gonna win. Like, as soon as the one thing you'll always hear from people, it's the thing you hear about this game. People are like, oh, are you going to add multiplayer? And the multiplayer in Dungeon of the Endless is not bad. You know, they did a fair enough job of trying to make what was very clearly a single player experience something that you could play with someone else. But I really wanted to see the base game fleshed out, because if you just look at the number of multiplayer games in Dungeon of the Endless, admittedly now it's an old game, but even when it first came out, like, the number of multiplayer sessions that were actually being played was very small compared to the supposed demand for it. So, anyways, that's you know, this is the thing for me is I always think of games as single player experiences, and I almost always. I have Battlefleet Gothic, but I haven't really played it that much. I do not have number 2, but that would be interesting. Okay. I should start making some notes here to see what people... By the way, I'm not ruling out Mass Effect 3. I'm actually just giving a bit of an example in terms of why I'm bad at making those commitments, because it's like, oh yeah, I keep forgetting that multiplayer is a thing that people... Like Vermintide. Vermintide isn't a single-player game. I own it. I actually think it's really good. I just really have trouble finding 3 other people who want to play it. Okay, but Battlefleet Gothic... So Mass Effect 3 multiplayer, Battlefleet Gothic are 2 things that I'll consider as a possibility. It's also possible I'll just do more Phantom Brigade, but I wanted to see where the interest would be and see if I had most of the stuff people were interested in. I'm also gonna... I'm really milking this ending. I do want to try and get at least one more battle in, so... Vermintide, I do have to Vermintide too. Okay, let's see if we can find 2 other people, and I'd give that a shot. You're minding your own business in the mobile base. When it comes to a stop, you ask for a report, and one of your pilots eventually returns to you. Some guy says that we can follow him to a location, says he's got parts we might be interested in. But there's too many patrols around to show us, she says. Don't know if I'd trust him though, boss. So... Black Market's close to the town. I don't know if they stay around or not, but at this point we're finishing our unit repairs, so we'll hit the convoy, then we'll hit the town. Town, of course, is going to be on the next stream. Oh, convoy went away. I'm still going to make the move on it just because I want to make sure that we haven't lost it to radar range. Oh, yeah, there we go. This is actually probably going to be harder than the town. All right. We're still kind of skirting the edge of our, acceptable fatigue, but... All right, the Hermes is still probably the low. Yeah, it's catching up, though. So, upper body, we've got a new Nox medium. I don't even know why I think I can get rid of that arrow. Right sensor or a passive heat sink. No, I think we're good there. Better sidearm. Ooh. Now that's an interesting possibility. So I've got a 183 versus 200. This is really up close and personal. It's a little heavier. I don't know. This seems like a really interesting. You know what? I think I'm gonna put this on the. I think I'm gonna put this on the marksman. Especially because it says in the description, great sidearm for walkers who otherwise use precision weaponry. We don't have any new right items. We have one new right arm, but it's it's kind of a stock Elbrus, which is not too exciting. And we have a new passive heatsink. I've already got the active heatsink, so I mean, it wouldn't be terrible. It will sort of get rid of my heat dissipation a little bit. Actually, maybe I do want to try it that way. So we're at... Wow! That makes all the difference. Okay, I mean, I gotta be careful about my heat dissipation, but I'm okay with that choice. I keep forgetting just how much of a difference the power really makes. So I'll get the one change I know I want to do right away, which is the tactical submachine gun. So yeah, we are surrendering quite a bit of range on that, but that's fine. It makes it a little more versatile. What was the new right item I got? Flat cannon. Not using that. And yeah, unless something really drastic happens, I don't see any reason to change out the... So the reason I'm coloring the sidearm is just because the legs really don't have a whole lot of color on. Oh, that's by design. Yeah, you know what? That still works for me. So I don't really see that much changing for the lance. Yeah, we kind of have everything that we want there. I guess the only real changes that are coming up are yeah, it would only be if I wanted to change out the sidearm. That's really the only new part that we got. I am really interested in how zippy we were able to make the Hermes, though. I mean, Behemoth is still the Behemoth is still pretty speedy on its own. I am a little sad that the lance is in its current state. I guess the one thing I could do differently. So we got rid of the capacitor. Yeah, that doesn't really do that much though. Well, I could switch out with an overdrive core. That would be an interesting move. So I lose heat capacity, which gets made up. Nice. So I'm not quite able to do the shotgun magic that I did before. But I do have the active heatsink running already. So what I gave up in terms of heat capacity... Yeah, I don't know. I just generally feel like speed is really where most of my advantages come from. All right, let's deploy. And this will be the last battle of the night. And here they are, great timing. Our big bird is about to do another pass. They'll send back up our way, so don't panic and hold out for a minute. So 2 new enemy contacts on the field, and new wave in turn 3. I don't think I've done this map before. Oh, wait a minute. I think I have, and I just did it from the other side. So first question is, where are the bad guys? Oh, there they are. It's got an autocannon, so I don't need to worry about it at range. This guy's got a heavy machine gun, so I want to be a little careful. Ah, and they're targeting the marksman. Okay, well, I know how I'm handling this, though. So I'll move the marksman up against the side of the building. Actually, better still. So it really is just they actually, again, the AI did a good job planning this one. Okay, so how I'm going to handle this is I'm going to wait out the attack. Yeah, not even close. So this unit clearly needs to get into the action as soon as possible. They're useless without... Given the fact that I just got rid of my heat capacity, I think probably I shouldn't be messing around with... Now here's an interesting possibility with the... So my melee unit... My melee unit kind of has free movement. I think I get a third. Yeah. So again, this has really got to be about closing the distance as soon as possible. And like basically, I need to be doing an attack next round, otherwise I'm in a bit of trouble. And then the big question here is, what do I do about the? So I mean, it's an autocannon, right? It's not the end of the world if they. Great, thank you, Mad King Brutus. Okay, so let me wait it out a little bit. So I'm really not going to get the distance that I want on this unit. You know what? With that in mind, maybe I just want to be inside this middle area then. Although nothing's saying I can't dash. So yeah, I've closed the distance. Anything that could be attacking me and hurting me is sort of out of a somewhat effective range. Hey, 404 Wish. It's so XCOM. It's like XCOM, but not in the way you probably think. So you're actually going to get a really good idea of why I'm going to make the comparison. But like, this is the problem. Is like. To factually answer your question, I have to kind of say yes. To get to what I think you're interested in as to whether or not you want to get the game, I don't think the answer I'm going to give you is helpful in that regard. So before I say anything, though, I do need to disclose I was given a copy of this game from the developer for promotional purposes, and I also have an Epic affiliate link, so there's a couple of financial interests in terms of me saying now I actually genuinely like the game, but you should probably know about those interests before I answer. So the reason why this game can be a bit like XCOM is one of the things that the new Firaxis XCOM, so XCOM Enemy Unknown, Enemy Within, and XCOM 2 and XCOM 2 War of the Chosen, and now Chimera Squad really brought to the turn-based tactics are sort of the really cinematic touch of when you do some of your attacks, you get these really nice little cutscenes of your, well, not exactly cutscenes, but like you get these nice little dramatic moments of your big plays sort of hitting off. And what I would say is Phantom Brigade, for every 5 seconds inside of the game, you not only get that experience, but you get to be the one to sort of, you know, look at all the action going on. Obviously, it's impossible to talk about turn-based tactics games without referring to XCOM. So clearly this falls within the genre of turn-based tactics as well. Where this game is significantly different is that in this game you have perfect knowledge of what's about to happen. So the story for the game is that you've got this predictive algorithm which will show you 5 seconds into the future. And so I know with certainty that this particular unit is going to be shooting its autocannon at this unit here. And so if I want, I can move at any other place to avoid the damage. Likewise, for this unit with a heavy machine gun, they're going to be... Hold on a second. I think I identified the wrong... Oh, I screwed up. All right, well, it's good I'm answering your question because I think I... No, hang on. Nope, I still had it right. Okay. So this mech here's got a heavy machine gun. If you can, like, if they can sort of like stand and fire at you, it's a really frightening one. So what I did was with this particular unit, that's the target of it. They're moving through. I stop them behind this cover, wait for the attack to finish, and then I sort of move forward. And so in some ways you can compare this a little bit more to the game Into the Breach, which kind of gives you this very deterministic scenario. And what you kind of need to do is answer, 1, how am I going to react to what's about to happen? And then number 2, how do I position myself in such a way that when I don't know what's going to happen the next turn, until of course it shows you, how can I position myself in a way that I'm able to take advantage of the situation? And even then, I would argue that Into the Breach has more random elements inside of this than Phantom Brigade. So visually, definitely very similar to XCOM, the new XCOMs. But gameplay-wise, I would actually say it's a little bit closer to Into the Breach as far as sort of perfect knowledge of about what's going to happen. But I am going to show you sort of the headline feature, which is these little cinematic moments with XCOM. And again, I'm just going to run it at full speed because we're really just moving this turn. This is kind of the turn playing out as I instructed it. They're shooting into the sides of walls. Nobody took any damage. And now we're on to our next turn. So we know that this tank is going to be running up the middle, and they are going to be coming after my melee unit. Now, they've got an autocannon, which is a short-range attack, so I want to be a little bit careful about... I want to be careful about where I am when this thing fires off. But I did, of course, have... I mean, when you have a unit with a sword, 2 swords, actually, you really only have one plan for it. So instead of just kind of sitting down and waiting for the bad guys to take us out, I'm gonna run in with my sword. Oh, actually, it looks like my short sword is slightly better positioned. So I just want to make sure the angle's right. But basically, what's going to happen here? I'm going to fire my jetpacks. We get a melee strike in on the bad guy. They're still going to try attacking me, although it's possible that sword strike will already mess around with them. I'm going to come back for more. Oh, looks like I can't come back for more. So what I think I'll do is I will walk around the edge. So what I'm trying to do here is just make sure that I'm behind the concrete when the... So assuming that the thing's still standing after that first melee strike. So I was kind of hoping to do my usual, like, whack 'em twice move, but... Oh, actually, you know what? I bet you there's a way I can get both done. So what I'm doing here is I'm using a little bit less of my jetpack. And then now I have my long-range strike. Oh, but looks like I collide... Nope, this is clear. Yep, that's exactly what was going on. Now, while this unit's having its adventure, I kind of need to make sure that this lance. So one drawback I'm running into is that if I don't move the lance where I want it to be in time, I'm potentially going to collide with my ally. So I might want to think a little bit about how I'm handling that. The next thing I want to think about is how I am dealing with. So it looks like this unit's using its heavy handgun. Now I've got a shield, so I'm not too worried about any damage that it can do to me. But I am a little curious as to whether or not I can get a... So for instance, they're in a decent range here. But that's when they start shooting at me too. So we're both in optimal range on that one. So I can try attacking them at the... So basically what I want to try and do here is I would like my attack to finish right at the time that they're getting ready to do theirs. So basically the idea here is that I'm going to shoot at them even if it's an inefficient shot. Oh, actually there's another thing that I can do to slightly improve the quality of the shot too. So walk a bit closer, shoot them. I put my shield up just in time for them to hit me with the pistol. I'll move behind the concrete because there's no point in taking the damage unnecessarily. Okay, so I might be able to get a quick shot in. Now, in this case, I suspect that they're going to be able to do some damage to me. So yeah, just for the overall timing, I have a feeling that that second shotgun attack is gonna... It's not gonna finish quite in time, but we're still able to get 2 shots off on the enemy without too much trouble. So we've got 2 units accounted for. By the way, for any of you that do have a question about the game, I am happy to answer to the best of my abilities. Ooh, I wasn't really paying attention to how much of that building got ripped apart. I should be a little more careful. So if I was particularly brave, I could jetpack up to... I am tempted to do that, but I think I do need to wait out the... Yeah, I need to wait out their own attack, so we'll zip up there. The real question is how many of these can I get away with? Yeah, I'm already burning up, so... What I'll do is we'll do the one attack after we land. And then I'm going to sort of trace the... trace the move. Now my hope is that I don't put any bullets in the back of this lance. I shouldn't, because it's a... like there's a height difference. Although I suppose I can do this slightly differently. So once I finish the move... Yeah, they're pretty much in the optimal range no matter what. But they do move out of it, so... I think I'll just have to live with the way this one's set up. Okay, so we are now 3 out of 4 units done. Now, nobody's really touching my marksmen, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to move them up to a distance where I think they're going to be able to... Actually... I don't even need to move all that close. We can sort of maybe move to the intersection. The gray circle is what I'm looking for here in terms of optimal range. Now, this is definitely a unit that benefits a lot from... I don't actually believe that. All right. So I do want to try and get the attack as early as I can, just so that... Basically, I want to try and get that cooldown in place so I can get a second one off. Nice. Okay. We're going to be running very hot at the end of next turn, but we do get 2 sets of marksman attacks plus the melee. So this thing should be wiped out. And yeah, everyone else is ready to go. So I will show you, just for the benefit of dramatic tension, I'm going to show you the same. I'm going to show you the actions, but this time I'm going to do them in slow-mo because everything becomes more dramatic that way. Hit their own guy. Oh, you know what? That wasn't the tank that blew that away. That was the machine gun. So again, this was the inefficient shotgun, but even then, nice little bit of damage. So now we'll have our revenge with the sword. We'll also get ready to see what's happening with this guy. So now I'm tossing up my shield to protect against the pistol. Of course, we're going to see the majesty of my sword. Alright, well, the sniper shot is... Oh no, it's still necessary. Alright, so this thing's kind of stuck on its own. Hopefully we do get our second melee strike in. Unless that was just it. And I'm burning up again for some reason. Alright, well that just went into the side of the concrete wall, so I feel a little foolish about that one. And I'm mostly interested to see whether or not we actually hit the back of my own guy. We do not. Although he is wisely ducking. What a persistent bunch. Command won't commit any more drop squads to the site, so let's get this over with. Alright, so 5 new enemies, and we still haven't actually cleared out... Okay, but this isn't active, so it won't matter. Majesty of my sword sounding a little phallic much? Well, Eyes of Sin was in here a little earlier, so, you know. Gotta advertise. Okay, so they're gonna... So the biggest worry that I have right now is that I've taken quite a bit of damage on my shield. But this is a pretty easy one for me to deal with, given that we've got a big building to hide behind. So really, I think at this point, Foxtrot's ready to... I think at this point, Foxtrot's gonna do the honors. All right. Well, we know where the reinforcements. Ooh, that's a pretty beefy little batch. So looks like there's 3 mechs, 2 tanks, and they're dropping behind us. So yeah, I think I have a pretty clear idea about how I want to play this. I'm gonna try and dash to victory. I don't actually think this is going to quite cover the distance I need it to. You know what bothers me the most about these bots? It's not the advertising. It's the fact that they think I'm not already famous. Alright. So, most sensible move right... Oh, drat. Okay. I'm not quite ready to cook my pilot for that. So this is going to be a little delicate. So I got to run through. Yeah. You know, I think I'm actually going to have. I hate that I have to do this, but. So if I dash, does that burn me up again? No, I can get away with that. Okay. So the thing is that this guy has got a bunch of hate for the lance. So what I can do with the lance is just hide him behind this concrete wall. Get them to set up their shield. I'll even start moving them towards the, the enemy units. And while they're doing that, basically this unit's going to run into position. Okay, apparently I need to get a little bit further away. I want to try and kind of keep the distance if I can. So the thing I really got to hope for here is that we're able to take it out with this these 2 assault rifle hits. One other thing that I might want to do differently. Ooh, yeah, that is not the way to do that. So the same principle applies when I'm... So basically I want to make sure that that shield is up for the end of the attack, because that's the most likely one that's going to eat through the building. Now, sadly, this does mean that I don't get to move the lance very far this turn. I guess the only other thing I could try and do is sneak around the side and get a kind of a cheeky shotgun off. So we'll run this one up for the length of the shield. Close the distance with the enemy. Yeah, we're not going to get that in time. Okay, so plan A. We wait out the attack. I try and dash as far as I can get. Not a whole lot to do this turn, to be honest. Now this guy may still be able to do something interesting. This is a decent little positioning. In fact, better still, I'm going to get them to stand on something tall. But I don't want to waste too much of the turn moving either, so. Actually, you know what? Well, this might. Oh, you know what? I bet it's not going to get me what I need. So this really feels like it should be a better shot than it is. Alright, I'll live with it. It's more shots than I thought I was going to get on the incoming enemies, so. You have a pretty fun tactic. They are on the field for the last few seconds of the round. Have fun with a shotgun and LMG ambush while they can't do anything. Yeah, so I don't know if this has changed in a patch, but it used to seem like I wasn't able to attack them at all in the opening round, or on the first round that they came in, but that's clearly not true anymore. It could also be that I just I didn't put in the commands properly, so. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to focus on this side of the map because I want to see how the assault rifle turns out. We'll be able to see the marksman in the distance. Alright, so they're working on the... Yep! That's exactly what we needed. Alright. So this guy's pretty mad about what I just did to him. I don't think I'm going to be able to get a third shot off until... Yeah, not a chance. So... This, I rather suspect, is going to result in me taking some damage. But I don't know, like I just don't see any other place for me to go. So I think at this point, at this one, I'm probably just sitting and hiding behind cover while the reinforcements come in. Now what I am curious about is... Okay, so we got two people who want to attack my melee guy. They are attacking with a heavy machine gun. Okay. So if I am able to deliver on a melee attack before, Oh, no! I didn't even think about those things. Okay. There is a very, very small chance that I can make this work. Okay, actually, you know what? If I just... Let's say I just go ham. I cannot believe I can get away with that. Well, I mean, I don't get away with it. I have a ridiculous amount of heat that generates from that, but... Okay, so let's say I move in... Basically, I want to move in as close as I can before the fireworks start. So then I do one of these, which that takes a while. So the thing that I'm uncomfortable with is that they get to fire their machine gun so much. Man, I feel really nervous about sending Kilo on this because there's a lot of time that gets spent with them shooting me with a heavy machine gun. But I really want to see how this works. Now, as far as the lance is concerned, I'm just gonna try and jump as many tiles as I can. Oh, I did not realize somebody wanted to attack them. That's totally fine, though, because I just get to put up a shield. Who's attacking them again? Looks like that unit, so... Alright, so... Yeah, we get to move like that. And then, of course, the one drawback about dealing with that straggler is I don't really have... Okay. I think he's got to walk to... I'm mostly using these dashes because until I get these units in like more meaningful positions, the heat does nothing for me, so it's kind of a wasted resource otherwise. So I am interested in seeing how this melee works out. I am going to do super slow-mo on that. The rest is really just people dodging behind stuff, so not as exciting, but because I'm not that great at melee, it would be educational to see exactly how this turn plays out. And the particular worry I have is not so much this tank as it is... I'm also a little curious what happens with the marksman, but... so I'm not so much worried about what happens with the tank. I want to see exactly what happens when the heavy machine gun starts firing while I'm mid-attack. Because just because you're doing a melee attack doesn't mean that you're immortal, and the fact that I'm in close range doesn't actually mean that much with the heavy machine gun. That thing can still do a fair amount of damage. Okay, so we're taking some damage off of the initial attack. That's good to know. I'm taking quite a bit of damage, actually. Yeah, this was a total mistake. Fortunately, we've stopped the one source of damage. We're pretty much taking it on the chin for the other. Only time I've lost a part was doing a move very similar to this against the exact same kind of weapon. Well, at least we delivered a big hit. Oh, they're crashing. All right. It was a bigger hit than I thought. I really want to know what what was the friendly fire incident over there. Okay, I mean, a very unnecessary amount of damage on the melee unit. That's pretty shameful. But you know, I gotta live with my choices. Okay, so I get too hot. I get too hot when I do that. I wonder if I can just dash to... Nope. Okay, this, I know exactly how I want to handle this turn. So this is basically I'm getting this unit to safety. It seems a little cowardly, but there's a plan. Not 100% sure if the... Not 100% sure if the physics works on this. But what I was thinking I would do is just kind of walk over the tank. That gives me a nice little opportunity to clean this guy up. And then we're in position to really wreck the bad guys next round. Okay, so I feel like my marksman's in a decent enough position. So what they're probably going to be able to do is... Oh, damn it. Okay, I'm going to make them... I'm going to let the marksman have the right... Oh, you know what? Yeah, the angle's all wrong. This guy really got a real... It's an auto... Okay, I am not worried about an autocannon. Okay, yeah, so nobody else is really doing anything to him this round, so I'm gonna get him to set up... I'm gonna clear the road, just... Actually, you know what? I don't need to... I'm gonna stand right in the middle of the road. One, because it's shorter distance, but number two, because this guy needs to get a lot closer to be effective. What happens if I do number 3? I can do number 3, but then I'm very hot, so I'm not able to... Well, I'm very hot, and I'm actually too close, so... I think that's just going to hit the side of the building. There's absolutely no reason for me to do that. Ah, and it does look like... Okay, so it does look like there's an attack that comes on my marksman. So what I'm going to do is... This is actually a trick... this is a tricky one. Okay, the attack comes quite late though, so I think what I can do... I can probably jet over there. So I get a little heat, but... Actually, you know what? I bet I can even wait just a hair. I can still probably get away. Yeah, so don't even get the heat damage. Okay, this is actually looking... This is different than what I was planning, but I'm kind of excited to see how this turns out. Yeah, complete disaster over on this side of the map. A little damage on my guy, but nothing too tough. Looks like they're still skidding. Okay, so they've taken some damage, but they're not actually done yet. All right, so nobody seems to be attacking this guy. What I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna fire my shotgun at everything that's even remotely in range. I'll set up the shield. So I'm gonna set up the shield on the tank because I need some cooldown anyway. I want to make sure I'm actually doing that on the tank. Then once that's finished, seems like I have a better shot on this guy. Now, unfortunately, there's not a lot that I can do with my melee unit. It looks like there's a couple of people that want to attack them, so I think I'm actually just going to keep them out of. The fight. Nobody wants to do anything to the marksmen, so I'm going to move them back onto the field. I can get a really nice shot to the back first. The thing that does worry me a little bit is that this unit is sort of open and ready to attack one of my own. So I think we'll empty as much of our heat into that opponent as we can, and then we'll walk behind some concrete to try and mitigate some of the damage. I suspect I'm going to wind up taking a bit of... I think I'm going to wind up taking a bit of damage as a result of this, but... what I think I'm going to do... So this guy's going to be moving behind some cover by the end, so what I'll do is I'll move a little bit further back, and that puts me in a tasty range for this unit over here. So I guess this unit doesn't really get touched this turn, but I can live with that because they're only going to be shooting the side of the building. And I suspect this unit will be attacking next round, but they're immobile, so there's not that much to worry about. Have you ever noticed that bullets actually... Oh, I actually wasn't really... You watched a tank take a full LMG burst and the shrapnel coming on the far side. I don't think I ever really noticed that. I have definitely seen... I definitely have seen shots go through enemies, though. Okay, I forgot to give some... Oh, you know what? I bet it's the melee unit. So I'm okay with that. So shields up. Nice. So this guy's got to be ejecting, yeah. So he took maybe a little more damage on the shield than I was hoping, but... Okay, so it turns out that guy is surrendering and his partner's gonna go crashing into him. What a dick. This thing's a smoking heap, so it's really just the one tank and the... Actually, you know what? I'm gonna be a bro. Oh, but I get shot in the back if I do that. I still really like the idea of saving the guy who's surrendering, though. I think I'm actually going to take the hit to the back. I am going to change the shield, though, so I'm probably going to take a bunch of damage to my lower extremities, but... Man, they really planned that out. Alright, well, I'm going to get the rest of the team closing that gap. I think it's fine to attack and move at this point. Okay, so melee units gotta stay protected again. This time, I think I'm just gonna use my dashes for... Ooh, too hot. Again, I don't want to be colliding with the pilot that's about to eject. Hey, we're just in the range that I want to cause some problems on this guy. So, open question to see whether or not the tank is gonna cause some problems. You better believe we're gonna watch it though. So this is going to be a big test because the shield's going up to protect against this attack. So I want to know whether or not me moving backwards over this tank is going to... if that's going to cause me problems rather than... Oh, you know what? I should have got my shotgun up. I didn't actually finish this turn. Okay, nope. We actually did pretty well. My shield's looking banged up, but... Ooh, yeah, I didn't... This one didn't quite turn out the way I was expecting it. Stop, stop, for the love of God! So I could have actually afforded to have my melee unit sneak around the back. Our turn. Alright, this is over. How do we get it out of the can, though? Last time I did this to a tank... it was actually really hard to get out. Oh, I wonder if this thing's gonna come out the other side of the building. I don't think it should, but... At least I get to try my submachine gun. I think the big problem I have is I have no idea... Like, because I don't know where this thing's gonna go, I don't really have all that good of a plan. Like, I don't think they can really do anything because they're inside the building, but obviously the body of the tank is sitting halfway, you know, halfway through, so... I think the best I can kind of hope for is just keep firing at it and hope, you know, hope something sticks. Mind you, this is probably going to be pretty funny to watch this turn. Okay, too hot. That's just the melee units. That was a fun one to end on. 40 seconds is duration. Took quite a bit of damage. 1,194, inflicted 5,444. No units lost, no subsystems detected on site. 112 actions planned. 1,692 meters traveled. 4 enemy units destroyed. 4 parts. 293 supplies. We should get some decent loot. So there are at least a couple that had some parts. intact, but it's kind of stumpy. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some interesting stuff here. So like a level 5 Asgard heavy should be interesting on its own. I think the problem is that in the way I've been building my units so far, it's actually kind of hard to see how this will necessarily be something that I incorporate to my existing units. But that's fine. I mean, not every. I mean, so I'll be honest with you. I could take or leave the loot on some of these missions, to be totally honest. Like, sometimes it's just fun to go in and wreck a base. I suspect probably in the finished game, there's probably going to be a few more determinants in terms of like, okay, I want to take this location first as opposed to that location because I'm really looking for part X. But right now I'm just sort of like, we'll go through the levels, we'll progress through the levels as they're numbered. So after Laga, we'll head to Hosfred. It says level 4+, so we're already attacking stuff which is below our level. We've definitely handled stuff which is above our level 2. But yeah, I mean, I don't see any reason why we can't just move on normally. So I guess it would be Laga, Hosfred, Remel, Maple, Bjorn, I guess? 6 to 10? That seems extreme, yeah. Balakan, Brostland. And then there's another jump. Although jumping up to 10 isn't the end of the world. No 9+, huh? Okay, maybe after Brostland you go to Isidgot, Malmland, Sigurd. It's pretty clear so either this hasn't been designed, either this is designed so that you don't have one linear path that you take, or there are supposed to be extended breaks that you take as you move between districts. I guess the other thing that interests me is you would think that the most important one would be the capital district. So the seat of power of the occupation government can't be attacked conventionally due to large concentrations of enemy forces. Only a well-executed strike against high command in the city, a city core, has a chance of having an effect. Infiltrating the city for such a mission would not be possible until every surrounding... okay. So that makes sense. Every surrounding province. So in that case, Bjorn, Malmland, Stegut, Hudveister, and Krus. But again, it does invite the question. So, taking these, the highest one I guess is level 14. The capital city is level 16. So what I'm interested in is why would you go to something like Lingstead, which presumably will not bring you any closer to the main objective. Now, again, I mean, it's an early access game, so who knows, where this is all going to go. But it kind of feels like half of the map is not immediately relevant to your campaign, seeing as you're able to attack the capital without touching them. But we'll figure that out as we go on. Again, I am somewhat. I'm a little resistant to end just because I like this game so much. I am, however, now an hour and a half past where I was going to end previously. So it is now Christmas Eve for me. So I hope for those of you that have some time off that you get to spend it with loved ones. In my part of the world, we're actually getting ready to go into lockdown. So for some reason, they decided to impose the lockdowns on Boxing Day, December 26th, as opposed to Christmas. It may just be that they're acknowledging that they're not going to be able to stop people from doing the things they were already planning on, or possibly giving people a chance to talk. I don't know. I mean, it's tough, right? Every legislator is going to have to find the balance between public safety, while also giving businesses sort of a fighting chance of making enough to kind of keep open for when the lockdowns inevitably happen. I'm a bit lucky in that I really don't have, like, I don't really have any dependents here. You know, obviously it would be nice to spend time with people, but it's not, lockdown is not a particular hardship for me, because you know, even when things have been a little bit looser, I pretty much just stay indoors, don't go out unless I have to, or if, you know, I want to get like a walk in. But yeah, anyway, sorry to end on that grim note, but for those of you, we can be, yes, exactly, Mad King Brudos. But yeah, so for those of you who are in that situation, you know, I hope you're able to enjoy the holidays as much as you can. I think it's unlikely that I'm going to be streaming tomorrow. I would like to, but I don't think, I'll put it to you this way. If I feel I can pull it off, I will do my best to. But I also feel uncertain enough in my ability to do so that I wouldn't feel comfortable making some kind of a commitment to doing that. But here's what I will say. For those of you, I'm going to do my absolute best to stream on Christmas. I'm still toying around with the idea of, like, you know, what game do you want to see me play stuff. I think it's, you know, I'd be kind of interested in trying it. I also think there are other things that I could do. There's actually a couple of indies that I have not yet been able to show you, and I would really like to. So, you know, that's another one that I'm considering. But one way or the other.
Hi everyone. In this video, I'm going to show you how to cheat.
I try to keep my YouTube videos from autoplaying, but Google really, really wants that autoplay. Anyways, I'm going to do my best to stream for some amount on Friday, and we'll play it by ear in terms of where the rest of it goes. As far as the rest, over the weekend I'm going to record some more Morrowind. We're making some pretty decent progress through Blood Moon. I also have some other YouTube videos to record, and I'm chomping at the bit to do Phantom Brigade. So I am noticing that Age of Wonders Planetfall is really struggling in terms of getting attention, whereas Phantom Brigade really seems to be, like, personally, I'm enjoying it a lot, and I think you are as well, based on the you know, kind of the feedback that I'm getting in terms of videos. So I think probably next Monday, even though it's a holiday, I might still wind up streaming. I think what I may wind up doing there is I might finish up the existing mission that I'm on Planetfall and make Phantom Brigade the new Monday game. That doesn't mean I won't do it other days. But that might be a nice way that I can get a little bit more of this game in. And yeah, I don't know. I definitely, I would play this game like every stream if I, you know, if there was enough interest in it. But I feel like it would be good to still have a little bit of variety. But anyways, like I said, I'll try and do Friday for sure. Now, there's a couple of people who I would want to host. I normally do Night Valian because he's up with Frostpunk right now, so I will give him the shout out. However, this is one of the rare times when somebody is streaming Phantom Brigade, and so I think it would be a little bit better if I could raid them. Now, I don't know who this is. It's a streamer named Survival Dave. There's always a tough one, because, of course, if the streamer winds up not being very good, I feel bad, and, you know, I know kind of the group diffuses, but it's good to assume that people will be doing their best. You know, what I like isn't necessarily what you will, so I don't think I can make that judgment ahead of time. But I hope you have a good time over at Survival Dave's, there we go, got the raid going. I hope you stick along, and more importantly, it's more of this wonderful game. So if you're still trying to decide whether or not this is for you, they will hopefully be able to give you a decision. And you can let me know if it works for you. I'm happy to continue hosting people like that. Anyways, I'm going to stop babbling. Thank you very much for watching. Have a wonderful evening. Enjoy your holidays if I don't get to talk to you before then. And for the rest of you, I guess I'll see some of you Friday.